Check, check. 1, 2, 3. Welcome, folks. How we doing? It's Friday. You know, I realize this is a very privileged thing to say. Or I guess it could also be interpreted as a dystopian thing to say, depending on your perspective. But it's much different the way that you keep track of what day it is when you're not working. All right, let's get swapped over here, shall we? Sings us into the stream. Welcome in. How we doing? What's going on? It is December now. Well, I guess it was December on Tuesday when I streamed, but now it really feels like December. It's here. It's hit. The tea is cracked. That's not a metaphor. That's literal. We're gonna play some Suikoden today. I remember nothing that happened last week. So we're gonna do a recap to start us off like we normally would. We'll be doing ad breaks today with the Super Smash Bros. Matchup, as you've come to expect. We can't do those on Tuesday because we're currently playing a N64 game, and it ties up the N64. But otherwise, we will always do that. Excited to make more progress on that today. We do need to select our next fighters, I believe. Yes, currently we have Yoshi versus Ness. We don't have either of our next fighters selected, so if you would like to do that, it's 1,000 channel points to pick from one of the original 12 characters in Smash Bros. You can pick pretty much anybody you want, besides Yoshi and Ness, who are the current combatants. Other than that, you can pick whoever you want. We're going to eventually do every single character versus every single character and have data for that. And then we'll do a big tournament at the end. And I don't know when that's going to happen. It just depends on how long this all takes. We're just going to keep doing it until the table is complete. Complete! But I hope y'all are doing well today. I hope you're ready for some RPG time. I hope Backlog Baby is ready for some RPG time. We're starting off strong here. He's in his swing. He's jamming. He is looking pretty cozy. So he should be able to hold out until another 90 minutes. Typically, we've done this... Have we only done this once? We've done this twice. We've only done this twice so far, this time slot. And usually, the first couple of hours before the 1:30 meal, he has kind of a rough time. And then from then on, he's usually golden. That's been the experience so far. And then usually, like clockwork, right at 4:30, when he's supposed to eat again, it's like go time. Which is why I wasn't able to go into extra innings on Tuesday to finish that level, because we had to cut off and we had to go eat. 4:30 is a big time in this house. It's the big moment of every day, 4:30. It's everybody's mealtime, all at once. The dogs, the baby, and the adults. So, going into extra innings on a stream is probably very unlikely. Not that I was planning to, but you know, we used to do that sometimes. If we were having a good time, or if we had the next day off from work or whatever, we might go into extra innings, stream for a little bit longer. We will definitely be very punctual for this schedule. Let's see. I don't think there's anything else I need to go over before we get into the recap, so let's go ahead and launch the game, shall we? Turn this music off. Everybody Votes channel, shout out. Boot up your Wii. Go vote on something. I think somebody figured out how to put together like a fan server for that. Which is hilarious. I saw some video on some social media platform, I don't know, where some people were voting on some stuff, and it was like very like 2024 humor. It was not like old footage, and it was definitely not doctored. Okay, we're gonna load into our file here. I'm gonna turn up my speakers a little bit because the PS2 is quieter than the N64. Shouldn't have any change in volume on your end. Okay, we're here, we're at the base. My immediate memory is telling me that we didn't do very much last week. So let's see if that's correct or not. We have almost 2 pages of notes to go through here. So the first thing that we did right when we got into the stream last week was I didn't know what to do next. I had a theory written in my notes from 11.8, and I was like, maybe go back to Obel? And so that's what we tried at the beginning of the stream, and it didn't work. So we were kind of like learning the syntax of the map a little bit and how it was kind of indicating to us where we could go and where we couldn't. And we went to Iluya, which was the island that was attacked by Kaluk. And we fought some very difficult enemies there, and we got some recruits, which was great. And we got like some interesting lore there, but it didn't really feel like main story. I don't think we needed to go there in order to progress the story. But we did find out what the next story beat was when we basically just decided to revisit all of the revisitable locations. And we went back to the pirate hideout, and Katarina was there. Katarina was the second in command to Glenn, who was kind of like our surrogate father, who was the leader of the Knights of Gaian, and had kind of taken us under his wing in a more wholesome way than Snow and his family had. You know, we were kind of like a ward of their family, and they kind of treated us like a servant, whereas Glenn like really saw potential in us and seemed to kind of like genuinely love us. But then, of course, he died, and Snow, being the horrible coward that he is, and idiot that he is, blamed Glenn's death on us, even though it wasn't our fault at all. And because everyone believed Snow, because Snow comes from this high status, Katarina, the second in command, who was also kind of like in love with Glenn, immediately grew a hatred in her heart for Laszlo, our character, because she thought that we killed this great man that she loved and cared for. So when we got to the pirate hideout, she was like wounded and weak and like bedridden and being taken care of by Kika. Kika was the one who found her. Kika's the pirate leader. And Katarina's like, oh, you're here to kill me, I bet. Because she was responsible for us being exiled from Razaril. She became the new commander of the army after Glenn died. You know, she ascended, and she was like, you killed this man, get out of here. You know, and she shipped us out castaway style on a raft to go Tom Sawyer in the ocean. And so when she saw us again, naturally, she was like, oh, you've come for revenge. You know, you're mad at me. You want to kill us. But we were like, no, we don't want to kill you. We think you're cool. You just misunderstand what happened. And we kind of had a little bit of a back and forth with her. She was surprised that Paula and Jewel were with her because they stowed away with Laszlo on his little boat because they believed that he was telling the truth, which is amazing. And so Katarina kind of got some... She doesn't know anything about the rune yet. She doesn't know exactly how Glenn died, but she maybe like sort of came around and warmed up to the idea that maybe we weren't a bad person, mostly because we didn't try to kill her in her weakened state, and we were kind to her despite how she treated us. So there's still more for her to learn, but she tells us that Snow is promoted to the commander of the Knights of Gaian, which is horrendous news. And we also learned that he sold out Razaril to Kaluk and was given a position in Kaluk as a reward. Kaluk apparently has an anti-pirate task force, and Snow is the captain of it. So Snow is a traitor to Razaril, he was just power hungry. You know, he's like concerned with his like legacy and his power and his influence and all this stuff. You know, he's probably completely brainwashed by his dad, who's like the same kind of person. And so the people of Razoril hate Snow now. They saw his true colors. Long too late. While we're still at the pirate hideout, we learn about a character named Eleanor Silverberg. Shares the same name with Matthew and Leon from Suikoden 1 and 2, who were the famed strategists. So this is their ancient ancestor. She is the tactician for the Scarlet Moon Empire, which that was the first time we had heard that name before. So apparently the Scarlet Moon Empire is very old. And Kika knows Eleanor. So Kika's like, okay, the pirates are going to fight with you, but you don't exactly have an army, which is, you know, the predication for us to go around and get a bunch of recruits, so we could end game. But also, she's like, you need a strategist, so you need to go find Eleanor. So we got our new story mission, and as we leave the pirate hideout to go and do that, we get ambushed by Snow and his new forces, or whatever. A couple of ships come into the harbor. Now, it's unclear to me why Snow was there. You know, is that just plot glue? Is that just spice? I wrote down that Snow is looking for Kika under the Kuluk flag, but I'm trying to think, like, why would Snow be looking for Kika? Is it because Snow is aware of Eleanor Silverberg and the relationship that she has with Kika and that we might utilize her? Is he that big brain? Probably not. So why would he be going after Kika? Would he be going after Kika because the pirates attacked Razoril initially and then we repelled them before they came back with Kuluk and overran us? And that's when Glenn used the rune to save us and died? You know, he could have been doing like a false flag thing, like to try to redeem himself in the eyes of Razoril, but it sounds like he would have already been cast out at that point. You know, he's under the Kuluk flag now. He probably doesn't care about Razoril anymore. So yeah, I'm just trying to unpack that. Why Snow would be after Kika? Maybe we'll get an answer to that. I feel like probably not. It's a very, very small plot point. Probably won't ever come up again. But when he got there, he was really shocked to find us, because obviously he didn't even know if we were alive or not. And he sees all these familiar faces. And then Sigurd, one of the second-in-command pirates to Kika, who's one of our party members, he suspects that the Cray Trading Company is involved in this move, which is becoming more and more of a repeated name as we go through more plot points. Graham Cray, we have seen a few times before. He seems pretty unhinged. And he's a high-up person in the Kuluk decision-making process. You know, we've seen him in that boardroom, war room kind of setting. So we beat up Snow. He goes running back. And we start sailing towards Razoril to chase him. And when he gets there, he tries to land in the harbor, and the Razoril residents are like, nah, dude, get out of here. We don't want you. And they're throwing rocks at him, and they're shooting flaming arrows at his ship. It's totally awesome. So the people of Razoril completely know what Snow did to them. He knows that he's responsible for their occupation, because they're now occupied by Kuluk. That's what Snow was like, I can give you Razoril if you give me power, is basically what happened. He was like, you know, I'm the commander of this place, so I can allow you to, you know, attack and occupy this major city stronghold if you give me something. That's reasonably assumable what happened. They didn't give us the specifics on that. They just kind of glossed over it. They're like, he sold out Kuluk, or he sold out Razoril to become something in Kuluk. So we can reasonably assume that that's more or less what happened. The Kuluk soldiers are laughing at Snow as this is happening, which is awesome as well. They're just trying to watch it all go down. And then there's this new commander character that we had never seen before. He tells the Kuluk soldiers who are watching and laughing to go contain the crowd. So this was a key point in the stream last week. Snow basically realizes he can't land, so he's either choosing to land and be like lynch mobbed by the people of Razoril, or to turn around and face us and see what we will do with him. So he chooses to surrender himself to us, and we were given 3 choices in a dialogue tree that I initially thought, because this is such an important character, that this choice would be an illusion of choice, like a lot of the choices in these games have been so far, but surprisingly that was not the case. So the first time we got there, I was very torn because I hadn't saved in a while. I hadn't saved since before the boss battle we had done prior. So I was thinking, okay, if I don't like what the result of my choice is here, I'm going to have to reset and redo that boss battle. So I wasn't liking that idea, but that is what ended up happening. So our 3 options for Snow were to kill him. We had the option to just execute him. We were given the option to turn him loose and just basically ship him out to sea in a small boat the same way that was done to us, kind of like a Just Desserts type thing, like let the sea have its way with you. If you survive, you survive. If you die, you die. Or the third option was you should join us, right? So when I first saw this dialogue tree, I was like, I hate Snow. I really don't canonically want him to join us, but because it's a Suikoden game, I feel like I should just be ultra compassionate, paladin path, you know, let everybody join us because we want all the characters, because it's fun, right? But I wanted to see what would happen if I chose the other options. I assumed that if I chose to execute him, that some other character would, like, intercede, you know? And I was like, that kind of makes more sense canonically, right? And I thought maybe the turning him loose option would go similarly, where somebody would be like, hey, Laszlo, I know he did this, but don't you think we could maybe utilize him? You know, I kind of thought that that's how it was going to go. And everything was going to funnel towards him just being recruited, because that makes the most sense with how these games work. And I don't remember which one we chose first, actually, but we chose one of the negative options, either the execute or the turn loose. I think we chose the turn loose, and it actually happened. We put him on a little boat, he ships out to sea, very unceremoniously, and the game just resumes. And so it's like, okay, that seems like a very consequential choice. So I reset the game, redid the boss fight, went back, saved right before that scene. We did it again, and then I was like, okay, well, we'll choose the execute option. Surely that's not real. It's real. You actually, like, it doesn't show anything, but, like, it is very clearly implied that, like, Snow is dead now. And so I was like, wait a second, this is very unprecedented. So I reset again, asked him to join us, thinking, wow, this is an incredibly consequential choice in the game. And it doesn't let you let him join us. If you say, I want you to join, he basically says, like, no, I won't join you, I'm loyal to Kaluk, and then you get the same result as if you choose to just send him out to sea. So that's what we ultimately chose. But the gravity of that choice seems so large compared to the choices that we've usually been given in these games up to this point. So I was kind of blown away by that. Because, you know, obviously, killing him removes him from the plot. He can't come back later and be like, haha, you should have killed me when you had the chance. Or, I'm stronger now. Or, I changed my mind and I'm going to join you. Like, there's so many things that can happen if he remains in the plot. Which is what I would have assumed the game would have wanted. So the fact that we can just choose to completely remove him from the plot is really interesting. And I can't... It's very difficult to resist not waiting until the end of the game to find out what the alternate scenario is, but I will diligently wait until I finish this game to find out what's different, you know, if anything, if you choose to kill him. Obviously, do not tell me if you know. I don't want to know. Part of the mystery, or part of the fun, is not knowing the mystery. But, like, man, I was just very surprised by the gravity of that choice that we were given. It's like a Magus level decision in Chrono Trigger. Like, that's how like influential it feels. Like I would be absolutely dumbfounded and disappointed, honestly, if shipping him out to sea means that he also just never comes back. You know, like if the options seem different but are actually the same, where he's just removed from the plot from here on out. Like, if us shipping him out to sea to fend for himself literally just means that he died a slow death of, you know, sunstroke, starvation, and thirst, that would be super disappointing and anticlimactic. Like, I feel like my RPG brain, my fiction brain tells me he's gonna come back and there's gonna be consequences. Either he's gonna have turned good because he had time to think about his actions and he's reticent and maybe he helps us take down Kaluk, or he's like even more vengeful and evil than before and we have to fight him as like a super hard boss. You know, I feel like one of those options is likely, having shipped him out to sea. So yeah, I'm just stunned that we were actually given the option to just remove him from the plot. Anyways, moving on. Spent a lot of time on that, but I wanted to give it its proper due. So yeah, we reluctantly offer to take Snow with us, but he declines due to his position, and we just turn him loose. So we go back towards the pirate hideout, and we were finally able to land at the Hermitage, which was just outside of the pirate hideout, which I actually landed on before, but couldn't get in. And this is where we find out that Eleanor lives, Eleanor Silverberg, the strategist. So we're going to go there, we're going to try to make nice with her and get her to join us. We meet Agnes, who is like her pupil as well as her caretaker, because apparently Eleanor's kind of old, and doesn't get out much. Sigurd and Hervey and Dario are the three musketeers second in command to Kika in the pirate forces. They get forced into our party for this segment, and then just like that, the mountain pass in is that Suikoden 1? I think it's Suikoden 1. We get given food and drink by Agnes, and it's drugged, and everybody passes out except for Laszlo. Or Laszlo's like drowsy but not completely passed out, and Agnes is like impressed or whatever. And so we privately get to meet with Eleanor as Laszlo while everybody else is snoozing. And she kind of tells us a little bit about herself. She says that she doesn't care about the conflict that's going on between Kaluk and everybody else, I guess. She might be a pacifist. Kind of sounds like she maybe left her role as a strategist to be a hermit, so that would kind of make sense if so. But she is intrigued by the involvement of Graham Cray, who is framed as just being like the head of a mercantile company. So it's interesting that he has so much influence and that people put so much weight to his name. I guess he's like the I don't want to say either of those people's names actually, but he's like a billionaire, I guess. So she's like, all right, well, if you want me to help you, you got to go through a little trial, you know, gives us a little RPG task. She says, there's a cave behind my house and there's a treasure there. Go and get me the treasure out of that cave, and that'll serve as my payment to go with you. So we go by ourselves. We have no party members. We go back into this cave and we fight this boss monster who's the guardian of the cave. He's not too bad. We get a crest and a bottle of alcohol from the cave. Eleanor did not. She reveals to us that she didn't expect us to succeed. She assumed that we would just die and then go away. But she agrees to help. The bottle that we get is the antidote for our party members, and then the crest is like the actual treasure that she wanted, I guess. So she's with us now, and that's the last thing I have written in my notes. I feel like other things happened after that, but I guess maybe not much. I think we were just kind of like wandering around the ship. We got a bunch of recruits last week. Those don't go in my notes anymore because I have a separate sheet for those. I have this one that matches the in-game placement, which don't worry if you can't read this, it's not that important. And then I have this one where I just write down people as I meet them and like details of how I think they're recruited or how they say they're recruited, and a little checkbox so I can mark off if we have them or not. So, and actually, I think I need to update this because, yeah, we have Agnes now, and I didn't check her box. We even found a couple of recruits that were stowed away on our ship. We have a guy growing mushrooms. We have a guy growing mint. Seems like that's maybe going to be a recurring thing. So let's get our bearings here and get into it. Thanks for sitting through the long recap there. Or skipping this if you're watching this a decade from now on a YouTube VOD with chapters. We got some new notes here. This is our comment box. We get messages from our party members. It's actually nice because sometimes it seems like it's giving us information about how to recruit other characters. And it just gives a little bit of personality to our otherwise dialogueless, faceless party members. Because most people's, you know, little subplot lines seem to wrap up when you recruit them. You know, because there's so many. They can only do so much fleshing out of these 108 characters. Mushrooms, mint, and I was certain there was no room there when I designed it. Where did it come from? So yeah, Tav refers to that as the Forbidden Room. I'm not sure why. We're going to go down there right now, actually. I have pretty crippling decision paralysis in these games. I love the idea of there being so many characters to choose from, but when it comes time to actually form a party and decide who to take with me, I have a really hard time with that. Because you have like a little bit of the grass is always greener issue, where you think, oh, well, this party's pretty good, but what if I swapped out this other person, you know? So you're either like constantly shuffling people in and out that are under-leveled and holding you back, and the way that stats work in this game, it's like mostly based on the weapon upgrades that you do, and those cost money. So having like a bunch of really strong characters is kind of out of your depth most of the time. No mushrooms. Wait longer for mushrooms. I don't know what's going on in here. I'm assuming at some point we're actually going to get something from them. It doesn't seem like it would be plot related, but we'll see. 1 second, I need to grab something for Baby Boy. Okay. I thought he wanted a binky, but I guess not. Maybe he just wanted to swing a little bit higher. Seems chill for the moment. Okay. So yeah, I don't know where we're going next. That's what we're trying to figure out. But now that I know a little bit more about how to read the map, that makes it a little less stressful. Let's see. Okay, Kate is a fairly new character. She has really good magic slots. So I am kind of inclined to bring her with. Maybe I can upgrade her weapons while I'm here. Oh, we gave her a new hammer. Nice. Oh my god, we can upgrade our weapons to level 12 now. Holy moly. What is the highest weapon level? Holy crap. That is awesome. Obviously we want to upgrade ours all the way. We have a lot of money right now, which is great. I don't want to blow all of the money though, because we'll probably need to buy some armor. So let's just watch her attack scaling here. Because if she's like a really good like mixed attacker, I want to find a character who has good magic slots, but also can physically attack. Because magic is very expensive in these games. Like, extremely expensive. Yeah, so her weapon is almost as strong as ours at 1 level off. So that's a really good sign. That's a really good sign. So we're going to keep Kate in the party. Do we have... Oh, we have a bunch of rune pieces. Holy moly. I'm kind of committed to keeping Laszlo with fire. What does Kate have? Does she have a... Wait, make armor. Oh, I forgot about this. Yeah, this is very overwhelming and will probably never happen. We'll probably just buy all of our equipment. So, not worried about that. Let's go over to the shop here, actually. Oh, do you have anything cool? No. Let's see here. This guy has some basic equipment, right? Yeah. Okay, let's see. Those are the same. Okay, so she is wearing some armor. That's good. Gloves. Leather gloves. Ooh, bangle. Okay, bangle's good. Yo, Smashies, how are you? What's going on? Nice to see ya. When's your typical... Are you still streaming pretty regularly? When's your typical stream? I feel like I haven't been able to catch you. Whew, those are expensive. Holy moly. Increases accuracy. I like that. I like increasing accuracy. We have been missing a lot. How much does it increase accuracy, though? That's the question. Let's buy one. We can afford to buy one and take a look. Oh, we got a lottery ticket, too. Nice. How many lottery tickets do we have right now? 11? Okay, we'll do a couple. We've hit... Wow. We've hit every prize except for the number 1 on this game. We've hit a 2, 3, 4, and 5. Okay, just have to throw that mega medicine in the garbage. Once a week. Usually it's Sunday. Okay, nice. Sunday. Another prize right in the garbage. Excellent. What are you playing right now? And do you game a lot off stream? Wow, we are getting wrecked here. All right, we're done for now. Ah, there we go. Okay, 1 second. That's what was bothering baby boy. He needed to spit up a little bit. Good now, dude. Good. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Back to swinging. Okay. So, okay, I want to go and change my party around. That's what I want to do. I don't want to use Lino. He's too goofy. As much as I love a spear guy. Always love a spear guy, but... he's just too silly looking. So let's get him out of there. He's indignant about it. Kika is really cool. But I want to... Let's see who else we got here. Paula has great magic slots too, but her attack is so much lower. So we're gonna stick with Kate. We could potentially make Kate into a healer, but that's probably not a good idea. Let's see, Sigurd and Hervey are really good as well. They have a combo attack together, which is nice. Although none of the combo attacks have really been that great so far. Bartholomew looks like he will be a very physically oriented, straight ahead character. Let's just take a look at him. We haven't even looked at him yet. I like Mizuki, but I like Kate more. Kate is like a better version of Mizuki statistically. Higher attack, same magic slots. Ornan we don't like using. We'd be nuts to use Vicky, I think. Yeah, so it's possible we might bring Kika back in. Or we could bring, well, or we could bring Paula in as our healer. That might be kind of nice too. Yeah, okay, let's take a look at these characters really quick. Or I guess mostly just Bartholomew. So let's see here. Yeah, he's got very high strength. Not much for magic. Do you have like a special rune or anything? You don't. Oh, Kate already has an earth rune. Oh, okay, so she's a buff character. That's perfect. We need a buff character. I like earth rune a lot in these games because you get some AoE buffs. We use those in pretty much all of the late game boss fights. All right, now are you ready for Vicky, little guy? How about now? He might need to spit up again. He ate quite a bit extra after the last meal. He's been getting in a bad habit of doing that. He'll eat like his normal amount, and then he'll be like, I'm still hungry. And we're like, okay. And then we feed him more, and then he spits it up. Okay, so what is Bartholomew's weapon? I think he's like a fist guy. Currently playing Death's Door on Sundays. Trying to get onto more of a schedule to stream more often. Started because you wanted to play... Part of why you started was because you play games on your own pretty often. Oh, okay. So why not stream? Yeah. I got you. Yeah. Oh, do you have kids too, Smash? Or a baby? Okay. So, let's see here. Let's bring in... What's Kika's magic spread? 4-1? Yeah, we can't work with that. So I think we're gonna bring Paula. Or wait, maybe it would make more sense to have Mizuki as a healer? Because Mizuki has the same magic charges as Paula, but higher attack. But that could just be the difference in their weapon upgrades and their levels. But Mizuki also has that rune where she can like dodge stuff, which is pretty nice. Let me take a look at that really quick. Oh! That's funny. You just know what it's like to overeat. Yeah, true. Same. Okay, so we need to find a rune shop, is what we need to do. We need to find somewhere where we can buy runes. Because we don't currently have that, I don't believe. So let's go back down to the weapon shop. I love seeing all of my like work messages come through, but someone else is covering for me at work, so I just get to ignore them all. Such a good feeling. Oh, he's a spear guy! Oh my god. Well, maybe it's not actually a spear, but I hope it's a spear. I love spears and pole arms so much. Wave spear. Okay, it probably is a spear then. I'm gonna invest in this party. It's probably pretty bold of me to invest in Bartholomew Sight Unseen like this, and I might regret it, but we'll see. 237 attack. That's almost as much as us. He doesn't have as much defense, but we could probably fix that with some armor. But yeah, his actual base strength stat is higher than ours. Even though he's like, what? Yeah, he's holy crap. He's 14 levels lower than us, but his attack stat is the same as ours. That bodes well. That bodes well. Let's see if we can get this guy some armor. Every little bit helps. Let's see what we got here. So we need something for his head. The forehead guard is an upgrade for all three of them. Oh, he can take the iron helm. Perfect. Okay, so that's probably the one we want to go with. I gotta do this process in a way that makes sense to my brain. So shoes... Oh, no, iron boots. Perfect. Okay, so iron boots. I kind of want to just buy 4 of these. And 4 of these, but... let's buy 1 of this one like we did with the Thunder Amulet, and then we'll just take a look. So we got the iron boots for Bartholomew. Now we need the iron helm for Bartholomew. Okay, and then we need... oops. I hate when there's 2 items that have exactly the same stats. It just makes me think, like, there's got to be some difference, you know? We'll buy 2 forehead guards for the ladies. And then... what else was down here? One more bangle? Yeah, I'm not going to buy another one just for 1 point. 1 more bangle for Kate. We'll leave Mizuki with the leather gloves. It's 1 point. And then they can't wear anything on their feet, apparently. Okay, let's start there. We'll take a look at these 2 accessories that we've got. Okay, so Laszlo's already wearing a guard ring. We're not going to give him another one. And then Mizuki's already wearing a guard ring. Okay. So realistically, we only need 2 more guard rings. Increases accuracy and thunder resistance, but we don't actually visibly see that. That's annoying. So it also gives us 3 defense points, but I don't get to see that accuracy or thunder resistance as expressed as like an integer. All right, yeah, we're gonna invest in this for everybody. So everybody's gonna get 1 guard ring, and everybody's gonna get 1 thunder amulet. So we need 1 more guard ring, and we need 3 more thunder amulets. Bartholomew, you get a iron helm and iron boots. Kate, you get a forehead guard and a bangle. Oh, okay, so see, this has other hidden values. It also increases evade and magic defense. So this is worth it. It's not just 1 point of defense, it's also 2 other things. So we'll do that. And I guess we just had an extra one. Forehead guard for you. Oh. Forgot we had that. Okay. Alright, so 3 Thunder Amulets and 1 Guard Ring. I feel like we're overdue for another town. So a lot of this equipment may become immediately phased out, which would be very unfortunate. 1 more of those. 3 more of those. I would love to have this counter ring. At least one of them. But it's so expensive. We're going to have to save that for later. That's something that I'll want to invest in once we have, like, our final party. You know? Oh, we got an ad coming up here. Let me open the prediction for the first Smash Bros. Matchup of the day. We're currently running Yoshi versus Ness. Ness is ahead 5-0, so he is the favorite to win. But if nobody votes for Yoshi, there's no prediction. So make it interesting. Feel free to get those channel points in. You got 2 minutes to do that. Ads starting shortly after that. We will pause gameplay when the ads come up. If you're not stuck watching the ads, you'll get to see the 2 characters fight each other during the break. But if you don't get to see that, you won't miss any Suikoden gameplay. Wait, I bought the things, but I didn't equip them. So you get a Thunder Amulet, and you get a Guard Ring and a Thunder Amulet, and you get a Thunder Amulet. There we go. Okay, and then what did I end up... I think I went to level 8 with everybody's weapons. Yeah. Okay, so let's... Yeah, I honestly thought it was going to be an interesting matchup too, King. But... Yoshi's lack of projectiles seems to be the rub. Yeah, I don't have enough to bring them all to level 9, so we're going to have to stick with that. I just kind of accidentally upgraded myself to level 10, but that's okay. Let's look at these armor pieces. So Laszlo we have as a fire guy, and I don't have any fire rune pieces. Kate has an earth rune. So let's give her some earth rune pieces. I don't know what this does, honestly. This may only take effect in ship battles or regular battles or what, I don't know. I don't know what we're gonna do with Bartholomew. And then Mizuki, I think we're gonna make Mizuki our healer. Hold on, let me look at our runes again here. Yeah, we need to get a water rune so that we can give it to Mizuki. Paula currently has a water rune that we could take from her. But we have to go to a special place in order to remove the runes. So if we can find a place to remove runes, we can probably find a place to just buy them. Probably would make sense to just buy another one. I don't know what we're going to do with Bartholomew for runes. So I'm not going to give him any rune pieces yet. But we can go ahead and give Mizuki... oh, I just wasted some money accidentally. That's okay. We're going to give Mizuki a couple of these water runes, because we've got them. I guess lightning would be kind of cool. Well, lightning or wind would be cool for Bartholomew. I'd be fine with either of those. Okay. I'm liking this, I'm liking this. I'm gonna try warping here. We're gonna try to go to, well, actually, I should probably go to Ney, because I think Ney has a rune shop. So maybe we can just stop over there real quick to do a little bit more inventory management before we start exploring. And I'll take some encounters to try to get some of these new characters up to speed. Man, I'm fast.
I don't believe you.
You should, though. You should believe me. Where is that rune shop? I could have sworn there was one here. It's been a while since I've been to this town, so I kind of forgot the layout. Is it up here? Oh, the ad started. Okay, let's run that Smash match. We'll be back in about 3 minutes, y'all. Thanks for being here.
Free for all! Yoshi! Ness! Yoshi! Three, two, one, go!
Keep it fire! Keep it fire! Keep it fire! Keep it fire! Yeah! Okay. Keep it fire! Keep it fire! Keep it fire! Yeah! Keep it fire! 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 Keep it fire!
Five, four, three, two, one. Time up! This game's winner is... Ness!
All right, welcome back, everybody. Looks like Ness did it again. Everyone believed in Yoshi, which is a beautiful Cinderella story. But you're just gonna get your points back anyways, so. You don't have to worry. So that puts Ness up 6-0. This is one of the biggest shutouts we've ever seen so far. But they're going to go 11 rounds. Every matchup, we go 11 rounds before we switch to another character. So Ness already has won this overall matchup. Even if Yoshi went 5 in a row after this, Ness would still have the upper hand. But the overall stats matter more. So in the bottom left of your screen there, you can kind of see a scatterplot concentration of who has the most wins so far. That'll be a much more interesting graphic to look at once we get to where we've done like over half of the matchups. But we still got quite a ways to go before we get to that point. If you got 1,000 channel points burning a hole in your pocket, you can pick someone for our next matchup. We currently don't have either of our next fighters selected. Alright, we're going to get back to the game here. This will be for about... Oop, didn't mean to go first person there. This will be for about another half hour here. Because then it's going to be time for Backlog Baby to eat. Although, I'm going to be surprised if he's very hungry because he spit up again during the break. So he really overate this morning, apparently. Is there really not a rune shop here? I'm stunned. Let me go talk to this guy in here. Maybe this guy is a rune shop. I really thought there was one here. There was a... Oh, that guy is probably not recruitable because he doesn't have a portrait, but we'll see. It's weird that we would be precluded from a rune shop for this long. Ah, thank you, Smash. Link it shall be. So Link will be in the red corner for the next matchup. And whoever redeems the next character choice, they will be in the blue corner against Link. Well, maybe I need to go over to Nay Kobold. This is kind of a long trek, which is annoying. But we can grab some of these encounters along the way, so I guess that's sort of a silver lining. We did want to hit a couple encounters to try to catch up Bartholomew and Mizuki. Well, I guess all of them, really.
Tell Fred he sucks, man.
I realize how much of a deep cut that that redeem is out of context. That one's very much an inside joke. I try to keep my channel point alerts to a point where most people can enjoy them, even if they're brand new to the channel and they don't know any like lore or history. But the Shaggy one is sort of an exception. I suppose it stands a decent chance of being funny out of context. But definitely much less so than the others. That's sort of a special one. Oh, we got more spittle. Maybe he will be hungry at 1:30 because he's just spitting up so much stuff. Thank you for Frozan. Nima, please. There's no way the lady's back already. I don't know what she's barking at. Do, 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 do. Do, do, do. Yeah, little dude is asking for a refund on breakfast, apparently. We don't have to take these encounters, I just want to get a little bit of catch-up experience for the new party members. The scaling seems to work pretty well. Chat's always looking lovely. That's one of the Earthbound songs that reappears in Mother 3 in a slightly different form. Big fan. Alright, Nay Kobold. Please tell me there is a rune shop here. There's a trading post. There's a lottery shop. There's an appraiser. But no rune shop? No, the can't unhear one is always the FF8 one. That's just a personal can't unhear that I wanted to curse the rest of the internet with, to also be able to unhear. I have a couple of redeems / alerts that are randomized, but none of the channel point ones are randomized. Oh, we're sad again. Baby sad again. What's up, dude? What's going on? Hot spring. I can't believe there's no rune shop here. Alright, hang on. I think he must just have a tummy ache, because if he was really hungry, he would, like, if he was getting hungry early, he would be going to town on the pacifier. Usually when he's really hungry, and you give him the pacifier, he's like, oh, yes, the bottle. And then he realizes it's not the bottle, and then he spits it out, and he's like, no, you fool, that's not what I want. I want the real thing. So I don't think these are hungry cries. He's not really... You know how that goes? Yeah. Don't you hate it when you're screaming because you're hungry and someone gives you, like, fake 3D printed food and you put it in your mouth and you're like, ah, this isn't real food? Hate it when that happens. I think he just has a tummy ache or something. All the time. We're big fans of fake 3D printed food on this channel, by the way. Probably can't see it from how far away it is, but I've got pizza, I've got chili, I've got cheese sandwich, I've got a bread roll. We're stocked. The tea is gone already. Wind rune pieces. We got some more wind rune. Well, we got our encounters, but no rune shop. Bummer. Wonder if we're gonna run into the big frog thing. This would be the one time where I would actually try to fight it. Well, that didn't work. I don't know why that redeem didn't work. Wonder if it'll work if I redeem it. Where even is the button for that? I have forgotten. Oh wait, isn't it right here? Oh yeah, it is. There it is. I don't know why that didn't trigger the first time. It's just supposed to do a slow zoom on me. And it's like popping. What just happened? Oh no, nothing to be sorry about. It was supposed to do that when you did it. I don't know why it didn't. Oh, here's the big... I called it a frog. It's not a frog. It's like a victory bell. Pitcher plant. In a very literal interpretation. Yeah, it's supposed to do that anytime I post that emote into chat, and then the redeem just makes me post the emote into chat. I don't know why that didn't work. Oh, we're upset again. Oh, he poisoned me, too. Man, I really need to get a water rune. I need to have a heal spell on me for when I go out into the world. Oh, that thing is much easier to kill now. Alright, I need to use a couple medicines here. You're doing great, guy. You're doing so good. Yeah, I think he has tummy hurty, or maybe gas. He's just not having a very good time. It's been fluctuating, like how much of his diet is formula and how much of it is breast milk, so that could be part of it. His GI is just evolving and growing and learning. Okay, I gotta BRB for a sec. Okay, folks, I think we're just going to start bottle time early. I'm going to go get him set. I'll be back, and then I'll switch over to the chatting layout so we can chat while he's doing bottle. And I'll see you in a few minutes. Alrighty, folks, here we come. We're coming back for bottle time. And we're here in the second row. Let me turn the music down. There we go. So welcome to the bottle time layout, where we just hang out and chat. This is definitely what he wanted. He spit up so much that he got hungry early. Now he's going to Chowtown. I've been trying to think of ideas for like segment, some type of like hands-free segment that I can do during this time. Or like maybe have people like submit topics on Discord to like chat about, or like question of the day type stuff. But I haven't settled on anything yet. I also need to create some type of graphical upgrade. This was just kind of a immediate stopgap solution that I came up with to make sure that he wasn't visible. But I want to have something that's like representative of like, hey, there's a baby down here that's having bottle time. Like, I think I want to put bottle time somewhere on the screen. And obviously somebody coming in just immediately to this layout and seeing me sitting here and talking has no idea what's going on. Which is like part of the purpose, but you know, I want there to be like an indicator as to like, why are you sitting behind a couch that looks exactly like the one that you're actually sitting on? Why is there a blur? What's going on here? That kind of thing. I'll probably work on the graphic this weekend, but I don't know when I'm gonna get an idea for a segment. What if it counts as a free music theory talk or gush rant redeem? I mean, yeah, I guess the factor on that Smash is that it needs to be led by chat. Unless it's like submitted ahead of time and it's something that I can like have written down or pulled up at the beginning of stream. Like, okay, you guys said you wanted to talk about this or whatever, and then I could do it. But yeah, I like those ideas if they're led by chat. Yo, Kiki, donut holes and cookies? That sounds incredible. I would love some donut holes right now. How are you doing today? But yeah, this is like AMA time. If you have any burning questions for me. It's cold. Ugh. Man, it's a good time of year to be a Texan, let me tell you. Everybody's talking about these massive snowstorms that they're getting blasted with and crazy cold weather. Not here. Yeah, I'm in Texas. And as someone who enjoys fall and not winter, Texas is the perfect place to be. Because we get fall all winter long. Go, baby, go. Yeah, what is the temperature here right now? Oh, hold on, I got a message I need to respond to, actually. That's awesome. I just got a picture from Vaughn, and it's hilarious. Oh, you're spilling a little bit there, guy. Slow down. It's got to go in your mouth. It doesn't make very good body paint. And maybe if you didn't move around so much. Yo, what's up, Draconics? How long have I been playing with Do a Barrel Roll? A very long time. Do a Barrel Roll technically formed in 2010. We all went to music college together. And if you were in the performance department of my music college, you had to be in an ensemble. And the purpose was they wanted people in performance roles to get used to auditioning, the audition process, and playing in a group setting, you know, to kind of prepare you for the real world of very common scenarios for the music careers. So that you weren't just like, a really good guitar player or a bass player or drummer or whatever on your own, and you could only play with like recordings and you didn't know how to, play with other people and have chemistry, or you were too scared to audition for things and so you never did. They wanted to force you through those kinds of processes. So most people, if you're in the guitar department, it's like, oh, well, if you like jazz, you try out for jazz ensemble, and there's a couple of those. Or maybe you go to Latin ensemble if you want something a little different. Or maybe if you're more of a rock guy, you try out for rock ensemble or progressive rock ensemble or blues ensemble. They had all these like pre-existing kind of genre-based ensembles. And yeah, I was in the guitar program. I was a guitar player. And so the idea is that you would get, a couple guitar players, a bass player, a drummer, maybe a vocalist from all those different departments to come together into an ensemble. You'd have a rehearsal once a week, and then your midterm and your final were gigs, where the school would book a gig for you at a venue, and you'd have to show up, do a sound check, perform, tear down, all that stuff, and you'd get graded on all those things. That's what the rubric was like for the ensemble course. And I didn't really want to play in any of the pre-existing ensembles, because I thought that sounded really boring, and also, like, I was not very good at sight reading. Sight reading on guitar is very challenging, and I didn't work at it very hard. I was definitely much more of like a, transcribe songs by ear and memorize them, and I still am kind of person. Like, I can read music, but I can't sight read on guitar. So I was like, well, what else can I do? And if you're in like, so this was all performance department stuff, but if you were in like a creative program, like we had a songwriting major and there was like a composition major, things like that. If you were in one of those, you could make what was called a creative ensemble. And it basically just meant you got to come up with whatever you wanted. And as long as you could find a teacher, an instructor, to be the head of it, and you could get like approval from like the head of the ensemble department, you could have an ensemble for whatever you wanted. And you still had to do all the same things with like the gigs and the rehearsals, and you got graded and everything, but you got to control the material, the curriculum of it. And so what a lot of people would do is they would do like a tribute band. It's like, oh, well, instead of doing a progressive rock ensemble, we want to do a Rush ensemble, and we're going to learn all these Rush songs, and we're going to only play Rush songs, And so you'd have a lot of those tribute band ensembles. That was really common. And the first semester that I was required to be in an ensemble, which is like halfway through the 4-year program, I think it was. So like your first semester of your junior year, you had to start being in ensembles. And that semester, my advisor was like, okay, what do you want to do? What ensemble do you want to be in? And I was like, and I kind of told him what I just told you guys. And he was like, well, here's a list of all the pre-existing ensembles, you know, that are like beyond the obvious ones. Maybe there's one on here that you're interested in. And I went down the list of ensembles, and one of them, I kid you not, one of them was called Final Fantasy Ensemble. And I was like, what? Excuse me? And I was like, okay, I know, hello advisor, I know which ensemble I want to be in. I want to be in the Final Fantasy Ensemble. Sign me up for this, please. And he was like, okay, cool. And so he emailed the people that were responsible for it. And they were like, oh, well, this is a creative ensemble. Like, we already have all the people that we need for this. We kind of like already assembled a pre-existing group of people that were all interested in doing this. It doesn't really work that way. And so he came back and told me that. And I was like crestfallen that I couldn't be in the Final Fantasy Ensemble. But then my advisor was like, well, you could just do the same thing. You could just make your own. You just have to find people to be in it, and then you could have Final Fantasy Ensemble 2. And I was like, okay. And so then I got this idea. I was like, well, okay, I'll just find a group of friends that don't want to be in regular ensembles either, and we'll just all be in this creative ensemble together, and we'll play video game songs. And that was where Do a Barrel Roll started. I like went around to all my friends and I was like, hey, will you be the drummer for this? Hey, will you be the bass player for this? Hey, will you be the keyboard player for this? You know, and we formed this massive band. We had 3 guitar players, two keyboard players, bass, drums, and electric violin. And then my film score teacher was the teacher in charge of it. And I talked to him and I was like, hey, I'll pick all the songs, I'll arrange all the songs. You don't have to do anything. You can just sit there and read a book while we rehearse. All you have to do is just be in the room and it counts as you being the instructor. And he said, sounds good to me. So, you know, he just would come in with like his earmuffs because we were super loud. He would just come in with his like air traffic headphones and just read a book. And I would lead the ensemble. And we did our shows for our midterm and our final, and people liked us and it was a lot of fun or whatever, and we were super silly with it and had a blast. And at the end of the semester, when it was like summer break time, I was like, do you guys want to keep doing this like as a band outside of school? And that's when it like became Do a Barrel Roll, and we were actually like a band. But yeah, we started out as the video game music ensemble at our college. And then, you know, the lineup changed a bunch over the years. And, you know, some of us graduated school, some of us left school. A lot has changed since then. But that's where it started. 2010 was the answer to that question. Your college primarily only had chorus or classical guitar ensemble. Other than that, it was band and marching band. Yeah, that sounds a little more traditional. I was at like a contemporary music college, basically like a Berkeley Junior, you know, like a jazz school with a little bit more friendliness towards non-jazz genres. Dude, you are leaking all over the place. What are you doing? Stop doing that. You're gonna get milk in your ear. You picked up sight reading for guitar fairly quickly. That's impressive, Smash. Yeah, I mean, I can read like lead sheets just fine with like chord symbols and slashes and stuff like that. Rehearsal markings, all that sort of thing. But like single note lines on guitar, I cannot sight read that. But, you know, if you give me like a couple hours with something, like ahead of a gig, or preferably like a day or two, I'll nail it. And I won't even need the chart in front of me. I won't need to look at it. I'm more of a memorizer when it comes to stuff like that. But sight reading, I mean, like you say, a big part of me not developing the skill was not practicing at it. But I mean, I was in a sight reading class. I had to do sight reading like multiple days per week for like an hour. I just didn't really put time into it outside of that class. And it never really stuck. And I just didn't feel like it was, I didn't put a lot of value in it personally. Like, it's a very valuable skill, And there's a lot of stuff that I'd be able to do if I knew how to do it really well. But like at the time, I was like, I don't need this for what I want to do with music. So that was the choice that I made. I could still develop that skill. I can sight read pretty well on keyboard, because sight reading on keyboard is so much easier. It makes so much more sense. It's like, oh, that note is right here, and it's only right here. On guitar, it's like, well, that note's right here, that note's right here, that note's right here, that note's right here. Where do I want to play that? But that's cool that you were in Guitar Ensemble Smash. I didn't know you were musically inclined at all. I'd love to know more about that. Final Fantasy Spirits Within Ensemble. Holy crap. Thank God that's not what it was. Aelise, thank you so much for 50 months. What the heck? We will spin the wheel for you when we get done with bottle time here. Thank you so much. Aelise is one of my fellow members of Do a Barrel Roll. That's what DABR is, and that's why she's hyped about it. Aelise is the violinist in Do a Barrel Roll. Incredibly talented human being and lovely close friend of me and the stream. What songs were the Final Fantasy Ensemble playing? You know, I don't really know, Draconics. I actually know the guy. I'm good friends with the guy who made that ensemble back in the day. He's a big fan of Do a Barrel Roll. He's come to a lot of our shows, and we're still, you know, kind of like loosely in touch and friendly. Him and his girlfriend go to a lot of the conventions. All right. Are you done? What's the deal? What's going on? Are you going somewhere? You got somewhere to be? What's going on, guy? He's so crazy. No, there's not a channel point bit redeem for bottle time. It's just when the baby says it's bottle time. It's bottle time. He has infinite channel points, and he's the only one able to redeem it. Oh, you were kidding. Okay. What do you think, guy? You haven't really eaten enough yet, so I don't think you're ready to go down yet. Kidding? Oof. But yeah, next time I see him, Draconics, I should ask him, like, hey, remember Final Fantasy Ensemble? What were you guys playing back in the day? I think they were definitely playing, I think I was walking down the hall one day, and I actually heard them playing the Genova theme. And I was like, oh, well, I know who's got to be in that room. Or maybe it was the regular Final Fantasy VII boss theme. I know he's a big fan of FF7. So they were definitely playing one of those. And we actually played the FF7 boss theme too. Alright, dude, you need to eat a little more. I don't trust you to put you down now. I know you're sleepy, but you gotta have a little bit more. Because otherwise you're gonna be crying real soon. You were the same way. You were forced to read music in order to learn the songs. But after enough practice, it was mainly memorization. You got a little faster with a song after song. Yeah, I think, honestly, the place where the sight reading thing hurt me the most was when I had to do my, like, juries for school, where you would basically be put into, like, a really, really rigorous audition scenario where, like, the head of your department and a couple of other like higher up instructors from your department would like be in a room with you all by yourself, and they would intentionally make it like really scary, and you had to play like really hard stuff, and they would give you some stuff, and it was like, okay, these are the prepared songs, learn these songs, you know, we're going to test you on your ability to prepare a song. And then you'd have to like improvise over some stuff, one that you was prepared and one that was not prepared, so that they could see the difference. And then they would just randomly put something in front of you that you had to sight read, and I like bombed those every time. Like the nerves combined with my like lack of skill and lack of study on that skill in particular. But you know, my scores in the other areas were enough to carry me through. Which also, that school just wanted your money, so they probably would have passed you anyways. But Yeah, that was definitely where I felt like the most insecure about my sight reading. Was in that very scholastic setting. Yeah, I don't think they were around very long, Aelise. I don't know if they did that for more than one semester. They might have done it for 2 semesters for like a year, or it may have just been 1, but I don't think they did it again like Do a Barrel Roll did. Because Do a Barrel Roll was I guess 2 years. Because it was fall 2010, and then spring 2010, and then fall 2011, spring 2011, which was actually 2012. I think that's right. Fall 2010, spring 2011, fall 2011, spring 2012. That makes more sense. But yeah, being able to say that I got a grade for playing video game music in a band is pretty cool. Even if my school doesn't exist anymore. And my degree doesn't mean anything. Alright, now we're getting close here, dude. You're slowing down. But are you actually done? What happens if I take it away? This is how we really know. We take it away. You still really haven't eaten quite enough. You're close. But you're starting to fall asleep on me. What do you think? You gonna ask for more? But yeah, you know the person who ran that ensemble, Aelise. I'm pretty sure you know exactly who it was. But if you don't know who it was, you know them. We saw him at 2DCon. He was at 2DCon. I don't want to say his name because I don't want to dox him, but he was at 2DCon, and he came to see us, and we hung out for a little bit. What do you think, dude? You got room for a little bit more? There we go. Yeah, let's take a little bit more. As cruel as it sounds, I'd rather have him overeat just a little bit and then maybe spit up a little bit than fall asleep and then cry in like 20 minutes because he didn't get enough. You just get so relaxed when you eat, yeah. You just have such a good time with it. And his volume has been really hard to figure out lately. Because for the first couple weeks, it was like, he eats this much. And it was like the same every time. And then it was like, oh, he's getting hungrier now. Okay, cool, we have to give him more. But then, like, sometimes he wouldn't always eat more. It's very like day to day right now. Like he'll get super hungry some days, and then other days it's like, no, we're back to the old amount. Just the old amount now, please. So, all right, let me put him back in the swing here, and we're gonna try to keep moving on. I have a feeling he's gonna wake up very soon and ask for more, but he is sleeping and smiling right now. Be right back. All right, I think we're good, folks. Let me just go put this bottle back in the fridge and we'll be back with the game. All right. Thank you for hanging out with me during bottle time. Let me get rid of the Gaussian blur. And here we are. Yeah, we love for the baby to have a strong appetite, obviously. He's got to eat, he's got to grow. It's just nicer when it's more consistent. Obviously, it's not always going to be consistent, but it's nice when it is. And it can be a little frustrating when it's not. But he's learning. We're learning to read him. He's learning to follow a schedule. It could be going so much catastrophically worse. So, we are very thankful, let me be clear. We've been incredibly fortunate. We need to spin the wheel for Ailey's. Let's go over here. We're going to spin the wheel. Oh, thank you, Draconics. I love this shirt, too. The Yeti did a tie-dye collection a while back, and this was one of the ones from that. I'm not a big fan of tie-dye, necessarily, but this one's pretty subtle. You know, from like far away, it almost just kind of looks like a pattern or a wash. And I love Dragon Quest. I don't have any Dragon Quest shirts besides this one, so. All right, we're gonna switch over to the other mic. Now crackle free. And we're gonna go over here and spin the wheel. If you've never been here for this before, we've got 12 wedges on this wheel. Every single one of them is a different thing. Every sub, every 500 bits, we let her rip and we spin it. And we do whatever it lands on. If we land on an orange wedge, we taste a snack. If we land on a pink wedge, we taste a soda. And then those wedges get unlocked for the rest of the stream. Yellow and green, they just happen. They're what they are. We've landed on Game Roast. Interesting. So if someone will type !roast in the chat, Ailey is gonna have to go into that list and choose a game from the backlog for me to roast and say all of the worst, most terrible things about, as long as she doesn't choose one of the games that has been previously roasted on that list that you've got in the chat there. So take your time, Ailey. You don't have to do that right now, but just let us know once you've made a selection. And when we find a good point, we'll do a roast. We are coming pretty close to an ad here. Switch back to the other mic. We are coming pretty close to an ad break, so we could potentially do that when we come back from the ad. But let's play the game for a few minutes here. Get this wheel off the screen. Here we go. Okay, so we're trying to find a rune shop. This has nothing to do with the story whatsoever. We just we need to shift around our stuff a little bit. But unless there's one on Eluia, which there wasn't, we don't have access to one right now. There was one on Obel, but we can't go to Obel, and there was one at Middleport, but we can't go to Middleport. So I guess we have to just temporarily be stuck with what we have and hope that it doesn't come to roost. Let me check one other thing here. We're gonna anchor because we have not talked to Agnes or... Oh, we've got double music. I'm so sorry. Was just letting the YouTube music ride there for a moment. Sorry about that. We have not talked to Agnes or what's her name? Esther? Eleanor? Eleanor. We haven't talked to either of them since we recruited them. So I'm gonna see if they're in the war room. We could actually have the next story beat start that way. I'm gonna go ahead and open up the prediction for the next ad break. Once again, 2 minutes to get your points in. Yoshi versus Ness. Ness is currently up 6-0. We need to go up one floor here. Breath of the Wild. Ooh, that's a fun choice. All right, so I'm gonna have to roast Breath of the Wild when we get back from the ad break here. Oh, I forgot about this room. You're just a generic crew member. These are all generic crew members. We don't have anybody special up here yet. Man, this room reminds me of Rogue Galaxy. There's been a lot of Rogue Galaxy chatter on Discord and Twitch lately. A lot of people talking about slightly lesser known RPGs and people talking about Dark Cloud has led to a lot of chatter about Rogue Galaxy. I'm a massive Rogue Galaxy stan. Strong, staunch supporter, advocate for Rogue Galaxy. One of my very good IRL friends and I have had a 100% playthrough of Rogue Galaxy going for several years. He needs to get his butt down here and come visit so we can finish it. All right, time's ticking away on that prediction. If you want to get any points in there, go, go, go. That's about to expire. Our first War Room cutscene! This is huge. Oh, this is amazing. This is a big moment. This is exciting.
Sorry to keep you waiting.
So, this ship is your home base. It's decent.
Lady Eleanor, a room has also been prepared for you.
Thanks. Don't forget to stock my room with wine. It'd be great if you have some from Comic-Con. Anyway, enough
Comic-Con?
pleasantries for now. Let's get down to business.
Let's get down to business. Can't resist. To defeat
To even stand a
Kuluk.
chance against Kuluk, first we'll have to unify the small forces on the islands around here.
Mm-hmm.
In order to do that, we have to have one strong leader.
Couldn't be me.
Let's see if you're
Pans over to
a real
Chiapu.
leader. There are probably many here who would rather follow the king.
Are there? I wonder.
I know. You will settle this now with Lino and Quildus.
there's a little
Sire, would you
spit
also
up.
be fine with
Perfect.
Yeah, we only need one leader.
Oh. I thought it was going to keep going, and then it gave us a conversation option. Here you go, buddy. All right. Cool. That's our confirmation that we that he got enough to eat. Oh, we're gonna actually have to duel Lino here for the leadership. All right. Yeah, sure. I'll take him on. What is frickin' divorced dad gonna
First,
do?
We'll see how things go. After we get warmed up, I'm going all out. So keep your eyes open. Okay, first we'll see how things go.
Okay, so this is a classic Suikoden mechanic here. I think this is where we're going to pause before we run the ad, because I'm not going to have enough time to do this before it kicks off. So, Good luck if you're in the prediction. I'm going to go ahead and switch over to the ad scene. You're going to see a matchup between Yoshi and Ness if you don't get hit with the ad. If you do get hit with the ad, thanks for sitting through it. 07, you're not going to miss the Suikoden gameplay. We'll be back in about 3 minutes. Appreciate y'all being here.
Free for all! Three, two, one, go!
Keep it fire! 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 Keep it. Keep it fire! Keep it fire! Yeah! Yeah! Keep it fire! 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 Yeah! Yeah! Keep it fire! Keep it fire! Keep Keep it fire! Keep it fire! Keep it fire! Keep it fire! Keep it fire!
Five, four, three, two, one. Time up! This game's winner is Ness!
All right, that's another one for Ness. Are we on our way to another shutout here? This is pretty rough for Yoshi. That brings it up to 7-0. You get our sheets updated here, our stat trackers. Could we be headed towards our first shutout ever? We've never had a shutout. It's very interesting. A lot of these matchups where we have done 11 rounds end with a score of 9-2. Like most of the time, that seems to be what happens, which is very interesting. We've had a couple that weren't. We had a 5-6 and we had a 4-7. But every other matchup so far has ended in the score of 9-2. Or, 2-9. Very, very interesting. But that makes me feel good about the choice of 11 rounds. We're getting very consistent data. All right, before we get back to the game, we're going to switch back over to the big cam here and do a little segment. from our little wheel spin. Turn the music back on here. And then I gotta hit this. There we go. So I don't hear double music in the room. Because the song that's playing in the game right now is really like tense and... Alright. So, from our wheel spin here, landed on a classic segment here where we reach up into the backlog, we pull a game down, and we tell you how we feel about it, but instead of being nice to it, we're going to be mean to it. Just pretend that the bottom word says roast instead of what it's going to say. We call this one Game Roast. Today's Game Roast is brought to you by Aelise. Aelise has selected a very good candidate for this segment, where I have to tell you all the things that suck about a game, all the things I hate about it, all the worst qualities that it has, the reason why we think this game is just the worst game ever made. And of course, this is always tongue-in-cheek. I don't really own any games that I actually dislike. I love all of these games behind me, so this is a fun, tongue-in-cheek, sometimes very sarcastic segment, but it allows us to get things off our chest, and talk about the grudges that we bear on some of our beloved games. It's really fun. I'm growing to really enjoy it. We're going to be talking about The Legend of Zelda: Breath of the Wild. That's what Aelise has selected. As you can see on this view, I have an entire shelf shrine dedicated to The Legend of Zelda. It's arguably my favorite video game franchise, period, especially out of ones that are still running. There's a lot of video game franchises that I really love and I'm super loyal to, but I think Zelda is pretty easily number one. And there's some pretty decent competition for that title. Breath of the Wild. Now, like I said, this is a game that I really love and spent way too much time with, but we're going to talk about all the reasons why this game sucks. I know what I'm thinking of first, but I'm going to work towards it because it's very niche and specific. We're going to start broad and we're going to funnel down, okay? Here's what sucks about Legend of Zelda: Breath of the Wild. There's completely zero representation of the classic Zelda formula. There's no item gating. There's no items, really, to speak of at all. There's no hook shot. There's no bow and arrow. There's no boomerang in the way that there are in these previous 3D Zelda games. You can get a bow, but it's just laying on the ground, and it doesn't allow you to access anything or do anything that you couldn't do without it. You can play the whole game without ever picking up a bow and arrow. Same thing with the boomerang. Most people don't use boomerangs in Breath of the Wild because they're weird and hard to use. You only use it if you have to, or you use it as a melee weapon and not actually as a boomerang. So you have absolutely no semblance of classic like item gatekeeping that you would have in a Zelda game. It's like, oh, we got this new really important thing, and that allows me to do something, and I can go to places that I've been before, and now that I have that item, I can do things that I couldn't do in that area before. A lot of people like to attribute this gameplay feature to Metroidvania, but it's been happening in Zelda for arguably just as long as it has been happening in Metroid and Zelda. It's really just Nintendo backtracking is what we should be calling that. Or just backtracking. Doesn't even belong to Nintendo. They probably refined it and pioneered it and made it what we know today, but they weren't necessarily the first people to do that. It's just backtracking. It's just game design. Just a very basic game design concept. Especially from an early perspective when you can only have so many areas in a game. It's like, well, how can we reuse this area? Oh, well, we'll put this thing here that you can't interact with yet. And so you come back later and then, the area changes in a little bit of a way instead of having to create a completely new area centered around the thing that you just got. Anyways, that's a tangent. That's part of the reason why this game sucks is you don't have those aha moments where you get a new item and you're like, oh, all those things that I saw, all those statues with eyeballs that I couldn't do anything, now I can finally do something because I have my bow and arrow and I can shoot their eyeballs and they explode and I can get to what's behind them or something. Whatever it might be. You don't have that in this game. What you also don't have is a linear narrative story. The game is open world, so they couldn't do a linear narrative. You just get these flashbacks and scenes that are kind of all jumbled up because they have to be able to exist in any order possible. And this problem persists in Tears of the Kingdom as well. A lot of people would say to a much worse degree. The saving grace is that this narrative is incredibly simple and basic, much like the narrative of Zelda 1, which this game is inspired by. But the way that this game fails to deliver on what Zelda 1 was is the item progression. And the fact that Zelda 1 has actual dungeons. This game does not have actual dungeons. The shrines are cool, they're neat, but they work much better in Tears of the Kingdom where they're more supplementary to the main experience of the story. Whereas in this game, it's pretty much all you're going to get for a place that feels like a dungeon. Like, hey, how about in Ocarina of Time, instead of 7 dungeons, we just give you 100 grottos? How would you like that? What if we gave you 100 ice caverns? Well, not even that, really. That's too generous. That's way too much of an actual dungeon. But I think you get my meaning. Another reason why this game sucks is because it's too big. It's too big on a game that's predicated on being so vast and so large and so many things you can do. It honestly suffers for the same reason that it's exciting. Like, yes, it's exciting to have all these different things you can do, but for this big, massive world, there's a lot of nothing, especially if you're not interested in collecting 900 Koroks. There's a heck of a lot of nothing, so you gotta really enjoy the scenery if you want to explore every nook and cranny and inch of this world. Which I absolutely did. But we're talking about things that suck. If you juxtapose this, with hindsight, juxtapose this against something like Echoes of Wisdom. Echoes of Wisdom gives you freedom and non-linearity in the same way that this one does, but it's so much more compartmentalized and refined to where a much smaller world still feels big and vast and fun to explore, but it's so much more densely packed and it's so much more rewarding to explore, in my opinion. So while this was exciting when you first started, it was also extremely overwhelming. And it takes basically your entire gameplay experience to get to know the world, which some people may love. And I got a little bit of enjoyment out of feeling like I finally knew my way around. But it's just... It's too much. It's too much. I get why they did it, especially for the first Zelda on Switch, even though this is technically a Wii U game. But they didn't scale it back for Tears of the Kingdom because they probably felt like they couldn't. They were boxed into a corner. Well, it can't be smaller than this game. It's got to be bigger and better. But I don't know. The more time that goes by, people seem to think that Tears of the Kingdom is really, really bad, and I think it's way better than this game. I liked Tears of the Kingdom so much more than Breath of the Wild. Breath of the Wild is great, but it's so hamstrung compared to Tears of the Kingdom. And not hamstrung in a good way. Classic 3D Zelda, which I hate that I have to say classic 3D Zelda now. Classic 3D Zelda was incredibly hamstrung, but in a good way, right? That's the item progression. That's nope, you can't go here yet because you don't have this. And it's very clear. And then when you get past that barrier because you got that item or you beat that dungeon or whatever, it's rewarding to go and see that thing that's had a big invisible wall stop sign in front of it up until that point. The hamstringing of this game wasn't successful in that way. It's just oh, you don't have enough, I don't know. I'm not going to go further down that road. The other... okay, 2 more things that I'm going to say about this, and then we're going to be done with it. Another thing that sucks about Breath of the Wild is that the game predicates itself on, oh, you can just go straight to the end boss as soon as you start the game, and you don't have to do any of the dungeons or main story quests or whatever. You can just bum rush right in there and kill Ganon. As cool as that sounds on paper, it's really not that exciting to actually do. And the thought of somebody buying this $60 massive game and just doing that and skipping the whole game and just being heck yeah, is really weird to think about. Like, you didn't want to go explore the big, mostly empty world. You didn't want to see the jumbled up story cutscenes. I don't know. I always thought that was kind of weird. Like, obviously from a replay perspective or a speedrun perspective, it's neat, it's novel, but most people are just going to play the game and try to do most of the main stuff. Maybe they don't 100% the game and be completely, you know, out of their minds like me. But most people are going to want to see what the game has to offer before they go roll the credits. So that's kind of a weird choice. I'm glad they didn't do that again in Tears of the Kingdom. I think they very clearly realized that that wasn't as cool for people as they might have thought it was going to be. People didn't get super excited about that, so they didn't do it again. And the last thing that I would like to say sucks about this game is the thing that made me the most mad is that grinding star fragments for all of the armor upgrades takes entirely too long, especially when you're doing it for the amiibo exclusive armor. It's bad enough to get all of the amiibo exclusive armor, and then to have to sit there on top of that mountain and cycle the time and run to your fast travel medallion and light your fire and all that song and dance to keep cycling and panning the camera so that you can get the star fragment to spawn, and then racing to it as fast as you can and try to grab it before sunrise just to get one star fragment. And you have to get like over 100 of these things just to upgrade all of your armor and get the endorphins of everything being all 3 stars checked off, done, can't do anything else in the game. I hated that. I hated that. They made it much better in Tears of the Kingdom as well. All right, thank you for joining me for that game roast. We're going to go back to the game here for a little bit. And thank you again for that wheel spin, Ailey's. And 50 months subs. That's nuts. Absolutely nuts. Reminded you of Assassin's Creed. That's interesting, Brock. As somebody who's never played an Assassin's Creed, I didn't have to worry about being reminded of it. But I guess I could see that, you know, it's a big open world game where you're playing as a guy in third person. And you climb and you fight. I suppose I could see that. All right, let me bring back the game audio from me. There we go. Another sip of water. And we're going to duel here. We're in a duel. Going to each zone and having to rediscover everything that you just discovered in a different zone turns you off. What do you mean by that exactly, Brock? Are you referring to Assassin's Creed or Zelda, or both? Having to rediscover everything that you just discovered in a different zone. Do you mean like the map towers? Or like palette? Are you referring to like palette swapped enemies? Map towers. You don't like map towers. Interesting. I didn't mind the map towers. I guess like it definitely is very like formulaic, but I like formulaic games. But I guess I never really felt like I was rediscovering something from a previous area. It's like, oh, I'm doing the map tower again, and I'm watching this cutscene again, but I'm getting to see this area instead of the last time I did it. Collecting X amount of item in a zone, and then going to a new zone to discover X more items. Yeah, I guess, I mean, that's just video games. Felt very rinse and repeats. I mean, that's fair. You got to do a good job of hiding it and making it feel exciting. And sometimes those seams just show, and you can't get around it. Okay. Now, I've forgotten exactly what he said at the beginning of this duel, but whatever he says is kind of like your indicator as what he's going to do. 1 second. Okay, we'll see if that holds. I think my prediction may be coming true, because I couldn't get him to eat much more when it was actually food time, so he may ask me for more in a minute here. So what they say is kind of indicative of which of these 3 options they're going to choose. It's basically rock, paper, scissors. more or less, with a little bit of nuance. And what he said made it sound like he was going to guard, which means I should choose regular attack. If you choose special when they choose guard, they'll miss and you counter. So we want to try to figure out when he's going to do special so that we can do guard and counter. But he said something like, we'll see how things go. So that makes me think he's going to guard and play it safe. So I'm going to choose regular attack. If he also chooses regular attack, that's not the end of the world. We're going to do a normal attack here. Yeah, he chose guard. Okay, so we just do a little bit of damage. That's great.
I'll save my energy a little.
Okay, so that sounds like he's going to guard as well. So we'll just do another normal attack here. Yep.
Come on, let's see what you've got.
Okay, so this makes it seem like he's baiting out a full power attack, and he's going to guard again. But just in case that means his special is coming, I'm going to choose guard. We may just both guard here. Full power guard. Yep. They're eyeing each other up. We need a Pokemon Stadium announcer for these. That's funny that there's a special animation for that. Okay, so that definitely means guard again.
Guess I'll start getting serious now.
Okay, he's gonna attack. So... Oh, we don't get to choose which guard we do if he's doing special. Okay, so we get to counter there.
Come on, let's see what you've got.
Okay, so this means he's gonna guard again. I wonder why we only sometimes get to choose between regular and full power. Let's get right down to it. Okay, he's probably gonna attack. It might not be special. Yeah, that's just his regular attack. That's fine.
Better be prepared for the next move.
Okay, that makes me think he's gonna do special again. Yep.
All right, let's get right down to it.
Okay, this is a regular attack. It's interesting that we don't take any damage.
Start getting serious now.
Okay, guard again. He's making this really easy on us, which I guess, you know, you have to win this.
Better
So,
be prepared for the next move.
all right, this will be the last one here. Seems like he's kind of sandbagging here, but I get why they would make this duel easy, since you have to do it and might not be prepared for it. You may not have saved in a while, you know. Probably don't think you're going to get into a boss fight on your own ship.
Okay. Stop. I give up.
God, those sandals are so ridiculous. This guy just saw Troy in like 2005.
As of now, the current king of Obel will temporarily abdicate the throne.
Wait, why do you need to abdicate? You can still be the king. People are just going to follow me as the leader.
You are our new leader. I, the former king of Obel, acknowledge you. This is proof of your kingship. Use it wisely.
King Lino has given you 7 M&Ms.
From now on, he's in command of this ship. You are to obey his orders.
What is that, though? The Golden Seal. Interesting. Now, Laszlo, we need to give this ship a proper name. What will you call it? That's right, I forgot. She hasn't been named yet.
A name for the ship, huh? What about a yummy name like the Chicken?
Personally, I like the Dauntless. This guy designed and built this ship, so his opinion has a lot of weight. But we're going to think up our own name. Okay, so in Suikoden 1, we had a castle, and it was called Caffeine Castle. And in Suikoden 2, we had a company, like a military company, and we were the Caffeine Company. My RPG persona is always the caffeine, because it's fun. We don't have the alliteration this time. Caffeine Castle, Caffeine Company, rolls right off the tongue. But here, I'm assuming we're just the whatever, and that's the name of the ship. So the Caffeine sounds really silly. But I feel like canonically, that's just what we got to go with. Because I'm the caffeine captain. Sailing on. I'm the captain of the caffeine. Wait, why am I blank? Like second guessing the spelling of caffeine here because of this font. Yeah. Okay. I was like second guessing the spelling because of the kerning. I was like, wait, does I come first? But no, it is EIN. Caffeine. Is this okay? Yes. Caffeine, huh? Well, that's a pretty classy name. Okay, next we should decide on a name for this group, too. This isn't Obel's Navy anymore. We need a new name for the people fighting together against Kaluk. How about the Rush? Shouldn't it be the Laszlo army? All right, we're just gonna go all in here. We're gonna go caffeine again for the name of the group. Caffeine. Caffeine. Okay then, shall we get going now? It's the emergence of the caffeine, so look sharp. All hands launch the caffeine! Hell yeah. Launch it, baby. Makes you want to go grab another tea. Okay, so Eleanor joins us, a strategist. Just going to take some notes here. I haven't written anything down today.
Were you satisfied with my performance?
Sorry. It was an unfriendly role. But it wasn't enough to just make him leader on this ship.
Okay, so
Everyone would still end up deferring to me, the king.
I see. It was a
had to
performance.
give him more authority. Besides, I would always put the kingdom first. Right now, we can't have that.
It's probably a better idea for you to keep a rather low profile, wouldn't you agree? But you don't really look like a king, so even if we were infiltrated, you'd be the last one they'd suspect to be king.
Very true.
You might be right.
Yeah, you look like the front man of a 2000s new metal band.
Anyway, thank you for your commitment to helping us. Let me formally welcome you aboard, Lady Tactician Eleanor.
Quit it. You're making me blush. I've got a little history with Cray. That's all.
I actually really like this, though. Like, in the other Suikoden games that we've played so far, 1 and 2, it didn't really make sense for our character to be the leader of the army, where we're just some, like, random kid, like we are here. And there wasn't really any sensible reason for everyone to be like, you should be our leader. But it just kind of happened that way. So I like that they actually gave us a little setup there, where it's like, you know, this guy's a king, he's like a really important person, a lot of people came from where he lives, so naturally people would defer to him. So they set up a way in which for him to like prostrate himself in the eyes of all those people and be like, no, 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 he defeated me in a duel, he won the right fair and square, I'm saying you should follow him for this good reason, you know, and then he's gonna try to like stay out of the limelight. I like that a lot. Yeah, I like that they set that up, and I also like that they told us that like right away. It would have been weird if they told us that later on. I think it would have felt less genuine if they told us that later on. It's weird that Laszlo doesn't know, though. I'm glad that we as the player know that, but it's kind of weird that Laszlo doesn't know. I mean, maybe Laszlo could just tell, and we just don't get to see that. Maybe we can just assume that and, you know, insert that from our headcanon. But, oh, I forgot to give out the points from the channel point prediction. There we go. Congrats to the Ness believers. Sorry to the Yoshi believers. Okay. So we still don't have a destination, though. We don't know where we're going. Ah, they're in here now. Perfect.
Everyone, you must not burden Lady Eleanor with menial tasks. What's the matter? Got nothing to do? How about studying up on sea battles?
Oh, this is like actual tutorial text? Whoa. I don't want to do this right now, but it's cool that this is here. So we can actually, like, do a... do a test battle. That's pretty cool. The caffeine. I'm assuming I can quit if I... Yeah. Wait, am I legitimately stuck in this and I can't quit? That's nuts. I can't believe that I'm just locked into this and I can't say I don't want to do this anymore. Wow. Wow. This sucks. Surrender. There we go. Okay. Alright, it's cool that this is here. I like this. Like, if you just really like the ship battles, you can play around with them a little bit. Or if you legitimately don't understand the system, you can try to use that to understand it better. Very cool. I like that a lot. Okay. Any new comments? Quite a few. Okay, we might be able to go get some mushrooms. There is water at our feet, so our feet never become dry. It is a good room. There shouldn't be water in your room. We're on a ship. When you get some time, it is a good idea to rest. Oh, we might need to sleep in order to progress the story. But I could be reading into that too much. We'll see. Let's go talk to Mushroom Guy first. Backlog Boy cannot decide if he wants to nap or be fussy for no reason. So he's just toggling back and forth between those two states. He'll nap for a little bit, and then he'll fuss for a second. And then he'll nap for a little bit, and then he'll fuss for a second. That's okay. We can deal with that. At least he got enough to eat and didn't overeat and spit up a bunch like he did this morning. Happy about that. Damp. Stuffy and humid. Pitch black. A little bit of air. Just a bit. Okay. Oh, I hate that, Brock. That sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope they are okay. I know exactly what you're talking about because my dogs did this for a very long time, and it took us a while to figure out what was going on. Where very consistently between like 1:30 in the morning and like 5 in the morning when I would get up to go to work. Oh, that's such a blessing, Brooke. That's such a blessing. I love that. We actually taught one of our dogs to jump into the bathtub to throw up. We'd be like, all right, come on, get in the tub, you know, and then she'd just sit there and yak. And at least it was easy to get rid of. But yeah, she would be like at the door waiting for you to open the bathroom door so she could jump in there. That was pretty convenient. She didn't always make it, or we didn't always wake up in time. But yeah, it was very consistent where every morning for a really good stretch of time, like maybe like a month, one of the dogs would throw up. Not always the same one, and never both of them at the same time. And it was always during this very specific time window between like 1:30 in the morning and like 5 when my alarm would go off. And we could not figure out why it was happening for the longest time. It was so strange, and they were never throwing up anything. It was just, you know, like slime. They weren't throwing up their food, and they were never acting sick. You know, they would always immediately eat. They were hungry. They were ready to eat. They didn't act sick. They're very energetic, happy, tails wagging, exciting. You know, not the typical behavior of a dog that's like actually sick. If you've ever had a dog that's like actually sick and needs to throw up for whatever reason. So it was really strange, and we finally figured out that they were throwing up because they were hungry. And, you know, we had been feeding them a recommended amount to get them to like their target weight, which is like, you know, dictated by their vet. And they were at their target weight, and they're like super healthy and super energetic, like so energetic, so happy. But they're just so gluttonous and so hungry. They're such a hungry breed. You know, labs are such pigs that they just wanted more food, and they were throwing up because they were hungry. And the way we were able to confirm that was I started feeding them more again, and it stopped happening. So we've had to find like a happy medium between like how much we used to feed them when they were a little bit overweight and how much we're supposed to feed them for them to be at their target weight, and we're kind of like in between. So they get a little bit more than they're supposed to, and we're just trying to ride that balance to just give them just enough so that they're not so hungry that they throw up in the morning. And we've been kind of like playing with the amount back and forth a little bit to try to like find the sweet spot. And I've been giving them like a snack at night, kind of like between their evening meal and the morning meal, kind of like right between, which is kind of like right around the time I go to bed. They get like a little tiny snack, and that seems to be doing the trick. But yeah, it's a frustrating balance. Obviously, I'm glad they're not sick or something, you know, but it's still very annoying to deal with. Oh yeah, the puppies are kind of the same way, Kiki. Especially Gobi. Gobi is the most gluttonous, food-motivated dog I've ever had in my life. She gets absolutely feral about an hour or 90 minutes before mealtime, and can't think about anything else, can't focus on anything else, can't do anything else. And is just like the most annoying creature you've ever interacted with during that period of time until she finally gets her food. And she's just so crazy about it. And, you know, Nima's very hungry and very food motivated as well, but she's so patient. She's a sweetie about it. Okay, nothing happened when I slept. Let's go back in the war room. Maybe we need to go back in the war room again. Oh, I went up. Trying to figure out how to trigger the next story beat because we haven't been given a destination. We had this dramatic moment where they're like, caffeine, set sail! And then we don't know where to go. You feed them twice a day, 2 times the recommended amount. Oh, but he's old. Yeah, and he looks like he's starving, and he acts like he's never been fed in his life. Yeah. Typical cat behavior from what I understand. Wait, I went too far down? Okay, here we go. Let's go back in here. Okay, here we go. I'm going to explain, so pay attention. As I mentioned earlier, we must form alliances with other islands before waging war against Kaluk. Besides Obel, there are 2 other large islands in the area, Razaril, which was forsaken by Gaian, and Middleport. Okay, I need to write this down. Besides Obel, there are 2 other large islands. Razaril and Middleport. Razaril was forsaken by Gaian. That word choice seems really important. I'm putting a lot of stock in that. So I hope it's not like a poor translation. I still don't really understand what Gaian is. If it's like a larger country or an empire. We've only heard it used in the context of the Knights of Gaian, which were based out of Razaril and trained there. So we know that Razaril was part of Gaian, but I don't know what the larger Gaian means. I would definitely like to get these 2 on our side. Razaril. Kaluk troops are still stationed in Razaril, so we'll go there after our forces have grown stronger. Okay. So we want to retake Middleport and Razaril to have stronger forces to face Kaluk. We will go after Razaril after we are a bit stronger. I'd like to head to Middleport first. If they become our allies, it'll be easier to get help from the other islands. Okay. This is great news because Middleport has a lot of recruits and all these shops that we need. It will help us recruit other islands. Yeah, I'm excited to learn about more islands. There's so much ocean that we haven't explored, and I'm sure there's like a bunch of cool, secret-y, optional stuff that we could have accessed now if we were really diligent, but I don't want to just explore the open ocean with no map knowledge or anything, so. Yumi and the surrounding smaller islands will have no choice but to listen to us. Yeah, that's right. You catch on quick. And once we get the cooperation of all the islands, we'll proceed to Razaril. Laszlo, is this plan okay with you? I don't understand this second option here. I like this plan a lot, so. Laszlo, from here on out, it's all riding on your leadership skills. I'm counting on you. Middleport, huh? There's a sea monster in that area, if I recall correctly. Okay, so we're gonna have to fight a boss before we get to Middleport. I was wondering how they were going to make it difficult to retake Middleport. If we were gonna just sail in and say we own the place. I'm assuming we can't warp there, right? Yeah. So let me look at my map really quick. I want to look at the map and see, I think Mordo. Or no, Mordo is the one that's next to Obel. I don't think we actually have anything that's close to Middleport. Yeah, we don't. So, just to uncover a slightly new stretch of map here, we'll warp to Mordo and then sail west. That sounds like a good plan to me. Yo, D. Holmes, welcome in, dude. How are you? Suikoden maps that show all the countries and their locations, but they have slight spoilers. Yeah, that makes sense. That doesn't surprise me that those are out there. That'd be something cool to look at the end of the game, for sure. But yeah, I wouldn't want to look at that now. I'd be too afraid. Let's see. We don't need to heal, right? We're all fresh, good to go. So let's save. Drop a save here. And we're going to warp to Mordo and sail west. Oh, I did. Whoa. I just accidentally tapped triangle while walking. I did not realize we could walk. Pretty wild to have 3 movement speeds. That's very uncommon for an RPG. Okay. To Mordo. And then we hop right on the boat. And let's see, we need to get just a little bit away from the island so we don't bump into it. I don't know why I'm having so much trouble spinning here, and why I'm spinning the long way. I just can't turn that way. Okay, I gotta turn all the way back around here. It's okay, I'd rather do this while pivoting than while actually sailing and hitting encounters. We are gonna take some encounters, though, because our levels are still catching up. So I need to get around Kika's ship here before I can start sailing west. Because if you plot a course on your map and autopilot, if you bump into something that makes your course change, you don't, like, automatically go around it and then resume your course. Your course is just shot, and you start going the new direction. We learned this the hard way a couple times. How much experience are we getting from these guys? Not very much. But we desperately need to catch up these levels, so. Okay, now we should be able to plot a course for Middleport. There we go. And we'll do sprint speed. I'll take every encounter until I change my mind. Because yeah, our main character... Oh, there's the sea monster right there. Oh god. Okay. Thought it was going to be closer to Middleport. I'm nervous that we don't have any healing besides items. Hopefully this boss isn't too hard. I have a lot of confidence in our attack prowess. We have buff spells and attack spells. How do I get this freaking compass smaller? I forgot. There we go. Where'd he go? I could have sworn I saw him. Was that like a chance thing and now it's gone? Because I got into another encounter? There was like a wavy fin in the water, like a giant goldfish the size of my boat. I hate these guys, but we're gonna fight them. Because they probably give me a lot more experience than the little manta ray dudes. Less money, though. Yeah, I don't know what I saw there. That's wild. But But yeah, once we can retake Middleport, we should be able to kit ourselves out really nicely. We'll be able to get more armor. We'll be able to mess around with runes, finally. We'll be able to buy them and attach and detach them. It'll be the first time we've been able to do that in a very long time. Because we haven't had access to Middleport for a while. What do you think of my party, D. Holmes? My character choices? I'm actually feeling pretty good about who we're rocking right now. Especially once we can get a water rune. That's the only thing I'm worried about right now, is we don't have access to any healing magic. But we've got some great attack prowess happening. So hopefully we can just steamroll whatever this boss is. Oh yeah, this guy. I think it's weak against lightning. We don't have any lightning. Let's see if we can just poke it to death. You don't really have an opinion? That's totally fair. That's a strong attack. Okay, we'll have Mizuki use a healing item. Well, basically, Bartholomew has really, really high physical attack. He's like 15 levels lower than Laszlo, but he has like the same attack power. And then Mizuki and Kate, the two women characters on the right side, they're just like all around great. They have like the same number of magic charges as Laszlo, but they also have really good physical attack. So they just seem versatile. And then Mizuki has a rune that allows her to like randomly have a chance to dodge attacks, which is nice. You rarely branch out and try lots of characters. You did that even less because of the 4-person in this game. That makes sense. I honestly wish that I would just be like, I don't care, and just use whoever the game gives me, like a normal RPG. But I just get so much, I get so much, like, decision paralysis from this game, and then also, like, grass is greener feelings. Like, I'm probably missing out on some awesome character. You know, like, I want to do a little bit of experimentation, but I'm overwhelmed. Alright, hopefully we get a lot of experience from this guy. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right about that, Brock. That makes it a little bit easier. At least, yeah, if there was, like, you know, if we equate it to Pokemon, like, not every Pokemon can be like a Gyarados or a Nidoking or a Dragonite. You know, you gotta have your Clefairies and your Jigglypuffs and your, you know, middle of the road Pokemon as well. So that makes it a little bit easier. If they were all just really good in their own way, it would be really overwhelming. So yeah, at least you can eliminate. It's like, okay, obviously we're not going to use Vicky in our party, or, you know, the guy who has like the cook character who's like a frying pan as a weapon and has like 40 attack. You know, we're not going to use them for lulz or whatever, most likely. But it's still more, like, I definitely prefer the like primary cast style RPG. I get that this series, that's like its thing, is to have a bunch of characters, so I'm embracing it and having fun with it as much as I can. But I definitely prefer, you know, just give me like my 4 to 6 to 8 well-developed characters with easily defined roles that I can strategize with. This is a little bit too much freedom for my taste. But also the thought of, like, you know, not getting a really good character because they're optional and you missed them also, like, weighs heavily on me. That's another thing that I struggle with. And as somebody who's like a natural contrarian, I also have like an inherent resistance to using the like main characters that the game gives me, which is why I couldn't just like steamroll the whole game with Victor and Flick, you know, in Suikoden 1 and 2 kind of thing. It's like, oh well, I can't use them. They're like the obvious characters, and then they kept getting forced into my party, and I'm like, ugh, I don't want to use them. All right, how close are we getting here? We're getting closer. Before we get too close, I want to drop another save. So I want to be careful here, because the last time we hit a cutscene approaching an island, it was pretty far out. And I'd like to have a fresh save just outside of this, presumably, boss battle that we're going to hit. You almost always use the story characters, who tend to be very good but not the best. Yeah, you're definitely right about that. Like, the obvious story path characters are usually, like, in the A and B tier pretty consistently. So, like, you're definitely fine using them, and the game is probably built around, like, the difficulty curve of the game is probably built around using those characters. You know, and then you can make the game significantly easier if you invest in using the slightly better characters that you can go out of your way to find, and you can probably make the game more difficult if you use the silly joke characters, junk characters, jank characters, whatever, that have gimmicks or whatever. I'm sure that's how they put it together. That would be very sensible. You did get lots of use out of one optional character in Suikoden 5 who's freakishly unexpectedly strong. Yeah, see, that's fun to just know that character's probably out there, and it's like, am I gonna find them? Suikoden 1 is the worst about filling your whole party with story characters. Yeah, honestly, like, I would be fine with a game like this, where it's almost more like Skies of Arcadia, where, like, you can go and recruit all these characters, and they, like, help you in some way, but they're not actually battle party members. And it's like, okay, here's your core team of 4 or 6 or whatever, and this is who actually fights with you, and this is who you spend your money on and invest in and strategize with. But you have this cast of, like, you know, 40 to 100 other characters that make your ship stronger, or allow you to fast travel, or give you, like, extra little abilities and quality of life stuff. I think I would prefer that over, hey, there's 60 battle characters. Get started. But yeah, I also don't like the idea of the game being like, hey, have fun messing around with all these different characters, but then also forcing me to use specific characters quite often. Like, it's okay once or twice, but doing that all the time, it disincentivizes the experimentation and frustrates me. Alright, one second. Okay, we'll see. He's slightly perturbed. I gave him a little bit of an adjustment. Trails of Cold Steel 2 is like that. Oh my god, I will never, ever touch a Trails game. There's no way. It's not happening. That's on my list of... Oh, it does it like Skies of Arcadia. Well, that's good. Yeah, Trails, the entire Trails franchise is on my banned icebergs list. Along with Persona, and what else is on there? I can't think of any others right now. Well, I guess Animal Crossing is technically on there, but Animal Crossing is not really an iceberg. But those are franchises that people have consistently recommended to me that I would, in all honesty, probably like, but I will not touch them because it's just too much. It's just too much. Shadow Hearts? No, Shadow Hearts is not on the... I don't think of Shadow Hearts as an iceberg either. Well, I guess you're right. It is kind of an iceberg because there's like Kodelka and like the other like tangential games, but it's definitely not as scary as Persona or Trails as far as like time investment. Like I think I could convince myself to try one of the games from that series to at least see what I think. That's not the case for Persona or Trails. Okay, the ad snuck up on me. It's here. It's happening. So no prediction. Sorry about that. I'll be back in 3 minutes. Thanks for being here.
Free for all. 3, 2, 1, go!
Keep it fire! 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 Keep it fire!
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time up. This game's winner is Ness.
Well, Ness is completely skunking Yoshi. Surprising no one. That brings it up to 8-0. This is definitely the biggest runaway victory we've seen so far. Yeah, Yoshi just can't seem to capitalize. Like, Yoshi does damage and gets Ness's percentage up, but he's just not very aggressive. Ness is able to create so much space that Yoshi just can't seem to get in there. Baby boy just needed a little bit of a snack here, so we're gonna see if he's happy with what little bit he got here, or if he's gonna ask for more. I think he also was a little bit gassy, because he had some gassy moments when I got him out of the swing. He just needed to stretch out a little bit. What do you think, Guy? You can be good for a little bit here? It's a long time till your next meal. About an hour and a half. No? You want more? Okay. Alright. Here you go. Alright, let's go back over here for a second while we do a little snack time. Welcome back. Here's some music for you. So I guess maybe today's going to be a hungry day. We'll see. Or he's going to do the thing that he did this morning, where he's like, no, I want more food, and then he's just going to spit it all up. But he needs to find that out for himself. He's supposed to be increasing the amount that he's eating at this stage. He's supposed to be eating more, he's growing. But sometimes he doesn't ask for it or won't take it, even if we try to like force it on him. He's just like, "Oh, no, I'm done." And it's like, "Okay, you didn't eat very much." Or he'll ask for it and then he can't hold it down. It's like he knows he needs to eat more, but his body's not ready yet or something. So now we always have like, a meal bottle and a snack bottle, like standing by. Actually, I want to try something really quick while we're doing this. I want to see what this looks like with just the blur. I think I'm going to get rid of the couch and just have the blur, because the blur is definitely sufficient. Like, you can't even really tell that there's a tiny person in my lap. And it would be more indicative to people who don't know what's going on if they could at least like see like maybe the silhouette of a person, like if I was holding him higher up or if he was propped up or whatever, or they can at least like see my hands moving around. And then I think I'm going to put like some text and a little graphic right here. And I may also trim the blur like in half, like right here, so that it's just in front of me, because there's not really any reason to blur out over here, because I'll like switch screens before I walk away anyways. So I might do that. Alright, what do you think, Guy? You're kind of just sitting there with it in your mouth. Are we really still going? Oh, a little more gassy. There we go. Nice. The mic might have even picked that up. What do you think? Was that the little snack that we needed? Or do we need more? Okay, we need more. Finger in mouth means give me more. It's so frustrating sometimes. He'll like fuss and fuss and fuss, like, give me the food, give me the food, give me the food. And then as soon as you put the ball in his mouth, he just goes to sleep. And it's like, okay, well, you're not eating anymore, so I'm going to take it away. And then he's like, no, I'm hungry. I need to eat. I think that's like a classic thing. Yeah, exactly, Brock. Yeah, I wanna have something that's like super overwhelmingly obvious. You know, short of writing, there is a baby right here, and I am feeding him. You know, I think I'm gonna write bottle time, and probably have like a little, you know, basic bottle graphic that I'll find and steal from somewhere that's like attribution free, clip art style. And I'll probably try to trim this blur area down to a more reasonable shape. This was just the easiest for me to do in the amount of time that I have, or the amount of time that I had before the first stream. Okay, I'm gonna take it away because you're not doing anything. You stopped again. And now he's all like, oh, what's happening? Oh. But we have to do this because we have to teach him, if it's in your mouth, you gotta eat if you want to eat. And also teaching him to like do this to tell us that he wants more is also good. What do you think, guy? You want to try a burp? Let's try a burp. You're not putting your hand in your mouth anymore. So we're going to try to burp you and see if you're good. See if snack time is over. Now see, this is what looks really funny behind the blur. That doesn't look so good either. So maybe we will keep the couch. I don't know. Okay, guy, what do you think about that? How are we feeling now? You're very gassy today. Also, your legs are not long enough for this outfit. Oh, still not happy. Still not happy. What do you want? What do you want? You want more? All right, you want more. Well, you're about to empty out the snack bottle. It's very atypical for him to eat at this time. Usually he only gets super hungry at like the specific window in like the evening into the nighttime that we like to call the witching hour. Yeah, it's pretty expensive, Draconics. But so is food and like everything else. It's nice because you just like, okay, this is the thing that he eats. You know exactly what to get. It's also possible that like finishing a bottle will just signal to him that he's done. Regardless of how much he's actually eaten. Alright, you drained it, dude. That's it. It's gone. What do you think? Where are you going? Where do you think you're going? He does seem a little bit happier. Alright, let me be right back. All right, we're just gonna have bottle time number 2, folks. Because he just wants more. He wants more and more. And even if he can't hold it down, we gotta give it to him. So, let's come back over here. There we go. I'm gonna put the couch back on. Gobi. Gobi does not know what to think of the swing. She's not a big fan. Nima doesn't mind it at all. What? Boom boo doo 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 doo. Oh yeah, when is Game Awards? Isn't that like... Is that on Monday? Or is that still like a few weeks away? Just tabbed over to see what was going on Backlogged. And that reminded me. Any backlogged users out there? I always said I would only have my spreadsheet for my collection, but I was finally peer pressured into making a backlogged so that I could interact with other friends on it. And I do like being able to like write reviews if I want to write reviews and give star ratings of things, and it's also nice to like keep a diary of like when I start and finish games to help me keep track of like what I played when. I do also keep a diary in my collection spreadsheet in a more simplified fashion, but it's nice to have the extra. Oh, our level's caught up. Look at that. Well, you can't see it right now. Laszlo is still at level 40. Mizuki is now level 40. And Bartholomew and Kate are at level 37. When we put Bartholomew in the party, he was at level 26. So he caught up real quick. I can't remember where we had Kate. I think Kate was like 34, maybe 32. So this is perfect, because we're about to run into this island and presumably a boss fight with a sea monster. What do you think, guy? He's still acting very ravenous right now. Like he's just so hungry. Like this is mealtime. This is not snack time. This is mealtime. We're not filling in. We're going all in. He's got the death grip on my thumb and his shirt. He's got the heavy breathing. But I guess it makes sense. I mean, you didn't really eat that much at 1:30. I tried to force it on you at 1:30, but you wouldn't take it. Usually when he doesn't get enough, he gets upset like within like the next 20 minutes after you put him back down. And then he's like, "You didn't give me enough, give me more." But this time it was an hour. Alright, he slowed down for a second here. He's not asleep, though. He's very close to sleep. Okay, he didn't relatch when I took it away. Oh, but now he wakes up and he's like, oh, how could you? What are you doing? I was still working on that. What do you think, guy? Was that enough? Are we good for another 90 minutes? Less than 90 minutes? Really, more like an hour? Is that going to hold you over for another hour? Till dinner time? I can't tell if you're happy or if you're about to get mad at me. Okay. All right. What do we think? We want to go back in the swing? He's deciding. He's deciding if he wants more. He's thinking about it. It's a very important question. All right, while you think about it, let's do a burp. How about that? Oh my goodness. All right, let's burp it out. Burp it out, gassy boy. Mm-hmm. Good. There's one. All right, what do you think? Okay, I can see you kind of thinking about spitting up there. So we probably shouldn't give you any more, because you're not going to be able to hold it. So don't ask for it, okay? I'm going to put you in your swing and see what you do. All right, be right back. Okay. He seems pretty content for the moment. We'll see if that holds. Now let's find out about this boss here. We are very close to the port. Let me heal up and drop another save here. I hate this dance of like heal, save, battle, heal, save, battle. But if we're gonna get hit with a boss battle right before we make port here, I want to be topped off. So, bear with me. Near middle port. Yeah, this is fine. We'll use the same slot. And then we have to contend with this massive barrier around the island. More ice chocobos. And again, I'm gonna take these encounters because I want the experience. Why would this ninja spear warrior guy have flared pants? Those look really silly. Oh, there was some good chatter about Shadow Hearts during the ad break that I wanted to respond to. One second. Is this the boss? No, more ice chocobos. Shadow Hearts isn't that big of a series. There's only three games plus Kodelka. You played Shadow Hearts 2, you enjoyed it, but not enough to play the others. Timed hit battle system, which you don't like. Interesting. I don't necessarily prefer a timed hit battle system, but I typically enjoy them. I don't know that I've played a timed hit battle system that was, like, poorly executed, and I didn't like it for that reason. I like it as a concept. I don't necessarily prefer it. Like, I love Super Mario RPG. I loved Sea of Stars. Paper Mario. Oh, wow, we were, like, a frame away from the cutscene trigger. Well, let's see if this is a boss battle or not. Probably will be. Oh, God, Chia Poo. But yeah, I'd be willing to try a Shadow Hearts game. I saw some pretty decent chunks of Shadow Hearts from watching Bea play them, because she just played through them. Oh, here he is! Tentacle Boy. That is a big, big monster. He says hi. But yeah, I think I could find out in like probably 10 or 12 hours if Shadow Hearts was something I was going to be into. I don't think I would get super into it, but I'm still willing to try it. Oh, is this going to be 5 different targets? Wait, I can't attack? Oh no. Oh no. Do I have to have a ranged character? It's quite possible that I have to have a ranged character in order to be able to physically attack him. Well, let's see what happens here. Or he moves around. Yep, she has a projectile and she can attack. Oh man. So this is our first, like, gimmick fight. So her magic charge is just leveled up. I guess we'll focus on the tentacles first. Can't tell how much damage that did. That's great. Alright, that might be the lady returning. She did one errand, came back, and then went to a second errand. She might be returning from the second errand. Alright, well, we can at least get everybody's defense up. That's great. Only lasts for 3 turns, though, which sucks. That was our one AoE. Oh, no, these are all AoE as well. Alright, we're going to use all 3 of these. I guess Bartholomew's going to be our healer until further notice, because he can't do anything else. So he'll just keep everybody topped off. Defend against magic, cure all status ailments. 800 HP to earthbound enemies. Man, it's too bad we don't have that. Yeah, for her to have level 4 magic already is pretty nuts. But at least we can attack. I don't know what the glowing tips of the tentacles mean either. Mizuki is asleep. That's why we didn't get an action with her. What are you gonna do? You're gonna ram the boat? Why isn't this a ship battle? You know? Like, why can't we just shoot him with a massive rune cannon that's probably pointed right at his face? This would go a lot quicker, huh? I wonder how much HP these tentacles have. Let's see. Mega Medicine for Kate, I guess. Lowest number. Don't overthink it. Hold on. Can I change my... I'm trying to see if we still have our buff. We still have our buff. I think this is the last turn of the buff. Tentacle A. Shrike Rune A. Oh, her buff is gone. Why is her buff gone? Oh, no, it's not. There's just a weird delay in cycling between the two different symbols. Great, you're gonna do your AoE again? Don't like this. Okay, this may just be like an everybody use a potion turn. Yeah. Everybody use a Mega Medicine on yourself. No damage this turn. And then he hits me with another AoE. Great. Okay, but we can afford to attack this turn though. We got to keep the damage up. We need to get rid of some of these tentacles. Let's see. We'll heal Kate this turn. Still trying to get rid of Tentacle A. I hope I'm not wasting my time by trying to get rid of the tentacles. And this is one of the ones where you're supposed to just attack the main body and ignore the lackeys. Hate it when that happens. There's the sleep again. Suppose I can use Bartholomew to cure the sleep if I don't need to heal. Oh, I think we got Tentacle A finally. So they seem to have around 1,000 health. Okay. We've got no more AoE fire magic, but I can't use regular attack at all, so I might as well just use my single target on the remaining tentacles. How do I wake you up? I don't have a status heal for sleep. Okay, well, then we're just back to regular healing. We'll use a medicine on Mizuki. And then we're going to use Shrike Rune on Tentacle B. This could also be one of the bosses where you have to get rid of the tentacles in order to move the boss into a different position where he becomes vulnerable to different types of attacks. See, what does the glowing mean? Is that just an indication of their health? Oh, no, it's glowing again. What does that mean? Don't answer that. Alright, Tentacle B. Mega Medicine. On Bartholomew. Attack B. Shrike B. Alright, hopefully he doesn't do an AoE this turn. But either way, the next turn is probably going to be everybody use a potion on yourself turn. I just would really like to get rid of one more tentacle here if I can, because it's probably pretty close. Okay, good. We got the sleep again. That's fine. Oh, and it missed. No secondary effect. Love that. Okay. So here, let's see. We're going to do Fire on you. Mega Medicine on Kate. And then let's keep the pressure on here. See if we can get rid of Tentacle B this turn, maybe. Only one heal. We should be out of kill range from anything that we've seen thus far. Yes! There goes Tentacle B. Hopefully he can't regenerate these. Or we're really in trouble. If the tentacles come back, we're just going to focus on the main body. Gobi, you need to calm down, okay? Gobi is doing the thing that I was talking about, where she's acting like it's dinner time. And she doesn't eat for another hour. Every time I get up, she's like, oh, here we go. It's time. Like I'm going to say the things that I say when it's mealtime. She's waiting for those cues. And being super, super annoying. Okay, let's put the... Oh, yes, we had a little spit up. All right, 1 second. Okay, spit up means he got enough when he ate. So hopefully his tummy is good. Shrike Rune on C. Now I'm not sure how far along we are on C and D. I think they have quite a bit more health. Whatever that glow is, though, I feel like it's a good thing to get rid of it. What's up, dude? What's wrong? I think he's just uncomfortable. Fire on you. Well, for not having more than one ranged weapon, we're actually doing pretty alright here. We're managing fairly well. As long as we don't get bad RNG with how often he does the AoEs, we should be okay here. And obviously, you know, having a massive stack of potions. It just sucks that we're not able to use our really strong physical attack prowess. But this fight is obviously there to serve as a lesson to us that we can't invest everything in physical prowess. But if you don't give me a rune shop, what am I supposed to do? We need to put Clay Guardian on, for sure. Bartholomew, you're going to heal Kate. Kate was going to do Clay Guardian, but she got put to sleep, and then I forgot about it last turn. So we get that back on. We may have to do a full heal turn in a second here. At least this thing is slow. Okay, cool. Down to one tentacle. But each tentacle can do an AoE, which is wild. A good thing we never got hit with like 4 in a row. I don't know if that's possible, but hopefully not. Okay. I think we go everybody heal on this turn, just to stay on top of it. So everyone heal yourself. this is probably a good time to do this because Tentacle D probably doesn't have that much HP left, and it's possible that the core boss will do something once all 4 tentacles are done. He could summon them all 4 back. He could... or just, you know, do some different attack. We have 2 healers now. We have 2 characters that can't do anything. Now that Laszlo is out of magic charges. And Kate's asleep. So we only get to attack 1 time this turn here. Chipping away. Alright, well at least Kate is awake now. But man, just how much better would this be if Kate had like a lightning rune or a wind rune as well? Okay, so let's see. Mega Medicine for Kate. Regular Medicine for Mizuki. Attack D. And Shrike D. I'm gonna be so mad if all 4 tentacles come back as soon as I kill the last one. Because we really haven't done hardly any damage to the main boss body. And if these tentacles have 1,000, it's quite possible that the boss has, you know, 5,000. Maybe even more. So that's quite concerning. If he has that much health and the ability to bring back his lackeys, we're really in for a world of hurt here. Alright, Clay Guardian ran out, so we'll put that back on. Tentacle D should go down pretty soon, but probably not this turn. Oh, we got it. We got it. Okay, he's down. What are you going to do now? Just another AoE. So he can still do AoE without the tentacles. Alright, we get our defense buff back on. I can't tell if it's actually lasting the full 3 turns and I'm losing count, or if he's able to take it away. Alright, 1 second. Okay. We're going to do a full heal turn here. Everybody, Mega Medicine yourself. This is a nice way to get a really clear picture of everyone's speed. So Bartholomew is really slow. He's slower than the boss. Okay. Defend against magic. Cure all status elements. Alright, so attack. It's funny that this thing is called Moving Isle. It's like a cross between an elephant and a kraken. Whoa! Wow, okay, this thing takes way more damage than the tentacles. Why? Why does it have so much lower defense? There's no way we just got 2 massive crits in a row. Laszlo literally can't do anything, so he's just going to top people off with medicine. And unfortunately the same with Bartholomew when he's awake. We have 2 sleeping characters right now, though. Well, if I can do 200 damage to this thing every turn, then I'm not as worried. Alright, I just kind of adjusted him a little bit to see if he was maybe just uncomfortable. But I can't really tell. I don't know how he could possibly be hungry right now, but could be what it is. Okay, medicine on Mizuki. Attack. He's just really not happy right now. I can't figure out why. I tried to give him a little bit more from the bottle. He didn't seem super interested. He's just thinking about the universe right now, I guess. Alright, at least he's putting to sleep one of my useless characters. Medicine for Bartholomew, attack, and Shrike. Yeah, it could be that he's like tired and he's having like tummy issues and he's like not falling asleep because he seems to be going back and forth between fussing and then sleeping. So he could just be having tummy issues. I suspect that he's been experiencing tummy issues because of the fluctuation between the different types of food he's been getting. Like sometimes we're giving him a lot of formula, sometimes he's getting a lot of breast milk. It's not very consistent. We'll do a regular medicine on Kate. Attack. Shrike. Alright, well I don't want to speak too soon, but it doesn't seem like the tentacles are coming back. So I think we're just slowly chipping away at this guy. We're doing damage to it, so we'll take that. We've got two people who are forced to be dedicated healers, so that's fine. I'd honestly rather have it this way than like trying to play chicken with like when to use potions and when to just all-out attack. So we've got a pretty clear pattern here, a pretty clear gambit to play. Mizuki's doing fantastic damage. I'm really glad we brought her along. Although I think Kika was the other choice, and she has a bow, so she probably would have been fine here too. Bartholomew, Mizuki, attack, Shrike. So now it's just a question of how much HP does this thing have. It doesn't seem like it's got the ability to heal itself. I really hope it doesn't. Doesn't seem like it has any other attacks up its sleeve. I think we're just chipping down an HP bar here and making sure that it doesn't kill us. Seems pretty straightforward. The fluctuation in damage of this AoE is pretty wild too. I haven't been putting the defense buff back on because it's on one of my two characters that can attack. And now that we're only getting hit once per turn, it doesn't seem as pressing to keep my HP up super high or mitigate damage from attacks specifically. So hopefully we're okay. I want to keep attacking so that we can get out of this freaking battle. It's taking so long. This is quite monotonous, though. It's like Groundhog Day type of boss fight. Good thing we always have a full stack of these potions, though. Otherwise, we would have lost this War of Attrition many turns ago. In the previous two Suikoden games, there was no way we could have done this because you could only hold 6 potions per character. And each character had a very small inventory, like Earthbound or something. So this would have never worked. Any second now. We've done... Okay, wow, I called it. So yeah, he probably had somewhere around 5,000 health, it feels like. Oh, nice. We got an ocean rune piece. That's something we can use to upgrade our boat. We just got a bunch of level ups. Love that. Baby boy's eyes are closed for the first time in a little bit. Hopefully he has found some comfort. So, who will be joining you? It would be best if I accompanied you. In the past, I have made deals with the high-ranking officials here. Pardon me, Sir Laszlo, but I don't really... What? You got an X here or something?
Dad, what does that mean?
Dario, you're such a... Anyway, that kind of talk isn't appropriate for your son. I have long forsaken Middleport. My presence may not help the situation, but my absence will be harmful. Interesting. Okay, so we kill a Kraken outside Middleport. Sigurd has vague history in Middleport. I want to write down this wording. My presence may not help the situation. But my absence will be harmful. That's quite the statement. If you don't bring me, it will definitely be bad. But if you do bring me, possibly nothing will happen, or it'll help. Well, it's up to Laszlo to decide what to do. Okay, so Ramada is like our traveling companion, not actual party member. So, this is interesting, though. I like that we're given the option to just bring who we want to bring, or bring the people who are brought up. Let's just dismiss everybody. I do want to bring Sigurd, because I am curious what he's talking about. I don't think we're going to get into any battles here. I could be wrong, but I don't think that's what we've got in store for us. I don't think there's any reason for me to bring Dario and Hervey as well. The other three, like, pirate company folks. But there could be reason to bring them. I don't know. There could also be story significance to bringing Kika. I don't know. I'm just gonna bring Kate and Mizuki because I want to kit them out with runes once we get to this rune shop. So I'm hoping that I get the opportunity to save here. But I don't know. We'll see.
You killed little Daisy, didn't you?
What?
Little Daisy?
She's the Lord's precious pet. This is terrible. This is terrible.
Don't tell me that
The
giant
master
sea
hears
monster
of
we
this.
just killed is a pet.
Oh.
I heard, Mickey.
Yo, what?
Young master, please, you must keep this a secret from your father. Please.
Reinbach the
Allow me
Third.
to thank you for ridding us of that foul monstrosity. It belonged to my father, but it was just so hideous. Surely you're not traveling through here as mere tourists, I take it? Have you some business matters to discuss with my father?
I would like a formal audience with him. I don't know why I would say I want to open a business. Oh, we got an ad coming up here.
Well, you went to the trouble of defeating that creature just to come here.
I don't know why I don't have snoozes available. Okay, good. This isn't auto-advancing. There's a snooze. Okay, we're going to snooze ads for just a minute here to get to the end of this scene.
In appreciation for cleansing the ocean, I shall speak to my father on your behalf. Now, Mickey, you will accompany us. Don't worry, I will smooth things over with my father.
Really? You will?
God, this guy, Mickey.
Have you forgotten? I do not lie.
Oh, Reinbach has joined my company. Mickey has joined my company. Okay. Well, that was easy. I was just recording them on my sheet here. Servant to Reinbach. Okay, so we've got some notes to take here. So Kraken Daisy was pet to Lord of Middleport. Son Reinbach is glad we killed it. In exchange, Reinbach will speak to his father on our behalf. Okay, I want to see if I have the option to return to the ship here. Okay, I do. So this is good, because this means I have a chance to save, and then if there is like a big significance on who's in my party for this, I can change my mind. So what we're going to do really quick here is just save. We're back on slot 0. Oh my god. What if we had 80 saves? That would be so wild. Alright. Hopefully I can just pivot 180 here and just immediately dock. You're doing good, bud. You're doing good over there. Oh my god. I have to go into my map and chart a course just to move like 2 inches. There we go. Alright, this is a big moment, y'all. We're finally in Middleport. Love it. But I need to run an ad. So let me open up the channel point prediction here. You got 2 minutes if you want to get your points in. Yoshi versus Ness. Ness is running away with it. We're going to snooze one more time here so we have enough time for y'all to get your points in if you'd like. 2 minutes again to get your points in. Then we'll run the ad once that prediction closes. I'll pause gameplay. But this is a big moment. We have not been able to come back to Middleport for a very long time. Middleport has a bunch of really great shops. The only place we've ever been able to do rune stuff. So, pot of failure. Pot of failure. We have so many of those. So yeah, we're gonna find out if there's any significance in bringing our bringing our specific characters. Very curious about that. I have a feeling it won't matter. Maybe it'll matter when we have like our audience with the king. I'll read this dialogue aloud if I feel like it's significant. We have been here before and technically talked to all of these people before, but we, you know, they're doing new dialogue because so much time has passed. Oh, we have 2 different games now. Is this... Whoever rolls a 1 first wins. Anything else comes up, you have to put in the same number of potch as your roll. Whoever wins gets all the potch in the pot. Interesting. Alright, the last moments on the prediction. Alright. We're going to run the ad here. I'll be back in about 3 minutes. When we come back, we'll play this little mini game. We'll look for some shops. See what's in store for us next here. Thanks for being here, y'all. Be right back.
Free for all! 3, 2, 1, go!
Keep it fire! Keep it fire! Keep it... Keep it... Keep it fire! Keep it fire! Yeah! Okay. Keep it fire! Keep it...
3, 2, 1, time up! Time up! Go! Game set! This game's winner is...
Oh my god! Wow. Well, that's the closest Yoshi has gotten. Yoshi did seem to be playing a little bit more aggressively that time. He was on the offensive. He got, like... He didn't really get a KO towards the end, but he did knock Ness off. Ness tried to use his extension jump and, you know, ran into something and couldn't get back up. But it wasn't really a solid kill on Yoshi's part. But then it went to sudden death. It's the first time it's gone to sudden death. And then they both hit each other. And they were both gonna die, so it was just a question of who hit the blast line first. And unfortunately for Yoshi, Yoshi hit the blast line first. Alright. Welcome back, folks. It's minigame time. We're gonna play some dice. I'd rather not play a game where you can't pay your share, so please don't play if you can't afford it. We'll wager 100. Battle. Okay, so he has to put in 30 potch because he rolled a 3. Okay, so he wins. So I'm just gonna play this game until we win. Until we win one. Because this guy's probably recruitable, and it probably has something to do with, like, winning a certain amount of money from this game. Alright, we won. We didn't win very much. So yeah, you probably have to win like a certain amount. This is the classic game that we know. How did he get so lucky on the first roll? Wow, he got a 4 on the first roll. Okay, it's a draw. Are you kidding me, dude? Okay. There we go. Okay, he rolls a 3. And we roll a 3. Wow. Okay, a 4. Wow. Okay, this is rigged. This is so rigged. Okay, we can work with a 3. Wow. This is nuts. I'm sure it's not as simple as just beating him at both minigames, and then he joins you, but it could be. Wow, we finally won. Alright, yeah, you probably have to win, like, a certain amount from him. But if there's no way to figure out what that amount is, I kind of don't care. Because probably this guy's only function is, you know, increasing the number of characters that we have recruited, allowing us to play this minigame whenever we want on our ship, and maybe a really weak battle character. That lady's hitting on us. So So yeah, once again, we have been here before and we've talked to every NPC, but a lot of time has passed and everybody's going to say different stuff. And we know from our last visit that there are a lot of recruitable characters here. Nima, stop doing that. That's weird. So we're going to try to recruit some characters here. We've met a few characters that require us to have more characters recruited overall before they'll join us. We know that's a classic mechanic. So even if the recruits that we get here aren't that great, building up our overall total is good in the long run. And obviously there's the potential that they are good. So the smithy is not here anymore. Interesting. So here's an armor shop. And there's new stuff. That's phenomenal. We're going to come back here and spend a bunch of money. And then this is a regular item shop. Ooh, another good accessory. Nice. Probably buy a few things there. At least restack our potions. This is the inn. Alright, gotta diligently talk to every character here. Oh, the Lord of the Castle here has his very own fleet. Interesting. So that's a good reason for us to be here. Okay, so these ladies are talking about the trends, which is useful for the trading post. Oh, we got an interior design book. I wonder what that's for. Okay, let's go in the inn. See who we can chat with in there. This is a secret, but my place's reputation for having nice prizes really. Alright, we'll play the lottery a little bit. I want to know what the #1 prize is. At least I don't have a full stack of medicines and mega medicines now, and I can actually take them. I don't remember what 3 and 2 are. Alright, we'll do one more. 5 is a regular medicine, 4 is a mega medicine. We've gotten 3rd and 2nd before. I don't remember what they are. I don't know what 1 is. 1 is probably like a rune piece, ocean rune piece, something like that. We don't need to stay. Oh, you have an interesting fortune. Oh, my dear Deborah, you are not satisfied with having me as your chatting partner? It's not that I don't like you anymore, my dear Oscar. It's just that he has a very interesting fortune to tell. That again. It's something I just can't understand. You might be unable to see it, but just so happens that I can see it clearly. There is an incredible power tangled around your soul. Interesting. I've never seen anything like this. You seek the aid of many people right now, don't you? I see your struggles. Take me with you. It seems like there will never be a dull moment. Well, wait, my dear Deborah. What are you saying? My dear Oscar, if you want, you can just stay here and keep having tea. Huh? What? All right, let's hurry up and go. Your name is Laszlo, right? I'm Deborah. If there's anything you'd like to know, I'll tell you whatever it is I can see. Well, I'll be going on ahead. Okay, nice. Okay, so this lady might be the lady that helps us find and recruit other characters. Nima, stop doing that. No, go on. You gotta go this way. Out. She keeps walking laps around the room and bumping into the swing and scaring him or waking him up. So Deborah is a fortune teller. There must be some rain coming. She's acting very rainy. She's doing her thing where she goes to the window and tries to like sniff outside.
Lonely, oh so lonely. I will miss the sweet sound of my dear Deborah's voice. Honestly, it's all your fault.
So what, we have to, like, put Deborah in our party and come back and convince him? That's silly. So we got Deborah, but not Oscar. Is this like her son, her friend? I'm just gonna write friend question mark. Middleport Inn, I should write. You know what? I probably already wrote these characters down way earlier, and I shouldn't have written them down again. Yep. Darn it. It's okay, I have some whiteout. I can fix this. Well, I'll try coming back with Deborah in the party, I guess, and talk to him and see if that's enough to do it. It sounded like she was just going to convince him and he was going to come with us, but that didn't happen. But she may end up being very useful. There's a character, I think, in every Suikoden game that, like, helps you find other characters, and getting them all without finding that character is kind of impossible.
Now, here we are. Though our house is humble, I am sure my father will be honored to have your company.
So yeah, I think the first time we came here, we walked up here, but we couldn't get in. Oh, this is Reinbach II. Welcome to Middleport. I am Schultenheim Reinbach II. I love that it gives us the meme answer to say this name again because it's a reference to previous games. Okay, so Reinbach II is a character. It's interesting how Reinbach the Third came back around again, like 1,000 years later, but we won't worry about that too much. I often hear rumors of you these days. They say that you are quite bold. If that is indeed the case, I would be pleased to do business with you. Ah, I see a familiar face.
I am honored that you remember me. I am currently working for Sir Laszlo. I apologize for the recent troubles concerning the rune cannon shells.
Alright, 1 second. Alright, I can't tell what he wants right now, but we're getting close to end, so it's all good. Nima, out. Well, that was anyway. Are you here to discuss some kind of deal? I feel like we want to ask him this question about Cray, other than just saying, we want you to work for us, because we don't want a double agent. Nima, out. Well, so what business brings you here? Okay, so he's dodging that question. We seek your help in fighting Kaluk. That is not what I was expecting you to say. Yes, well, this is a difficult matter.
How is it a difficult matter, Father? Considering the current circumstances, I believe we should join Laszlo. Kaluk may have left this land once, but their army could return to Middleport at any time. Everyone knows this.
So, you were listening. As you know, Middleport thrives on commerce. Our survival depends on trade with all.
I see. Are you implying then that Kaluk is one of our trading partners?
Deals with Kaluk go through Orok Maritime Trade. You might also know them as Cray Trading Company. Whoa. What? Why is there two different names for the same thing? Nima, out. Okay, so Reinbach has a deal with Kuluk, or no, a deal with Cray. I'll write Cray Trading just so I don't confuse it with the person. With Cray Trading, won't elaborate Dodge's question. Oh, I need to write Reinbach 2, because there's 2 Reinbachs. Reinbach the third favors joining Laszlo. Reinbach 2 knows Ramada. Ramada says deals with Kuluk go through Orark Maritime Trade. So Orark Maritime Trade is the name of the company that we heard at the very beginning that Ramada said was his company. So I guess it makes sense that they're the same, but we just didn't know that they were the same, or that that wasn't just some like fake name. So it must just be like a shell company, you know, or like a fake DBA, doing business as type thing. Nima out. Through Orark Maritime Trade. Okay, that seems important. Orark Maritime is the same company as Cray Trading. And then I'm going to write shell question mark front question mark. People seem to have pretty bad opinions of Cray, so it would make sense that he would have like a fake name that's, you know, posing as a separate company. What's that? Cray Trading Company? Father, is this true? That infamous... Listen to me. I have my reasons for the decisions I've made. My son, you have no right to condemn me for this. You are able to live this free and easy life thanks to my influence. And you dare say my hands are dirty? Oh, how could this be? Excuse me, but is this the time and place for this argument? I'm sorry, Mickey. It seems my father is in poor humor. It does not look like we will obtain his forgiveness. Oh, young master. Sir Laszlo, I have a proposal. Yeah, we haven't even told him that we murdered his Kraken pet yet. I will not limit your activities on this island. You will also have unrestricted access to the harbor. However, you will tell no one about my involvement with Cray Trading Company, nor will you interfere. I cannot aid you openly, but you may conduct your business here as needed. What do you say to that? So we can give a diplomatic answer, or we can just straight up concede. But we can't tell him we don't like it. It's not the worst deal, but it's definitely not what we came here for. So I guess I'll give him the diplomatic answer to sound a little bit more distaste. Then we'll call it a deal. Now, if we're done here, please leave. Nasty guy. Okay, so Reinbach and Mickey have left. Father. What, you're still here? Well, Mickey, is little Daisy doing well? Today has been quite tiring. I'd like to see her. How is that his pet? Father, the thing is... Can we go back in? Oh, we can. Nice. But they're not in here. Just some random lady. All right, I'm gonna go save. It's time for us to end. Backlog Baby is signaling the end because he knows that the normal mealtime is now approaching. And so his newly developing circadian rhythm is telling him it's time to eat again, even though he just ate like an hour ago. But this is a good stopping point anyways. We've got a bunch of new things that we can check out here at Middleport. We didn't get a chance to fully explore the town, so we'll do that next time. And we're not, like, story locked into place either, which is also nice. I've just got to ship out here really quick so that I have the ability to save. Oh, we're getting another scene.
Huh? Who are those people?
Please, let us accompany you.
Oh, you are going to join us.
The
Okay.
young master would like to go on a journey. He wishes to expand his knowledge and see the world.
Listen, I observed your dealings with my father. Oh, how he fills me with utter disgrace.
God, his outfit
I
is
realize
insane.
that I must surpass my father and strive to be noble. After all, it is I who will eventually succeed him.
As for me, well, I have lost my job, so if possible, I would very much like to join you.
I have done a disservice to Mickey. From now on, I intend to protect him. Please allow him to come as well. I would be most grateful.
Well, he's very deferential and nice. Okay, we have to take them, but we can be mean about it or nice. Yeah, we'll be nice about it. They were nice to us. They tried to help us out. They did their best.
Thank you so much. You are truly a gracious friend. Now, it's your turn. Please feel free to show us your sentiments.
Oh boy.
My friend, one of my acquaintances is an engraver.
Oh.
Will you bring the rose crest he made as proof of our undying and everlasting friendship?
Wait, what?
If you do so, we two will swear to accompany you through any and all hardships. This is how things are done in my family. Isn't that right, Mickey?
What? Hardships? You mean me too?
Right?
Yes, I suppose so.
Okay, so I guess we don't have them yet. Writing this down really quick. Okay, we're gonna drop a save here, and then we're gonna raid out. Thank you all so much for hanging out today and continuing to experiment with me on this new schedule journey. Today went all right. It wasn't as good as Tuesday, but it was better than the first Friday. I'll say that. He was pretty fussy today, but it wasn't that bad. I don't know. We had to do a second bottle time, but he was less fussy overall. So that's pretty good. You get a good score today, buddy. Let's see who's hanging out today, who's on, who we can go say hi to. Let's see here. Lots of good options. Wow. Tough choice. Well, my decision paralysis and the ticking time bomb of Mr. Fussbucket is going to just point me towards the cozy raid. We're gonna just raid into Jackie. Jackie is currently wearing a Donkey Kong suit and playing Jazz Jackrabbit, so who doesn't want to see that? Let's see, I'm gonna remember to hit the button today. Thank you all for being here. I hope to be back on Tuesday. I plan to be back on Tuesday. If I'm not going to be back on Tuesday, I will let you know. And we're getting closer to that sub goal, so thank you all for helping us out getting towards that. Whenever we fill that up again, you'll see the lady and I together on a Saturday, continuing our Batman journey. And a week from today, hoping to return for more Suikoden. I'm going to try to keep doing the Tuesday-Friday thing whenever possible until the lady goes back to work in January. And then I'll change my schedule up again, start streaming a little bit more, hopefully, as long as baby boy allows. So yeah, that's all I got for y'all for now. We're gonna go say hi to Jackie. Hope you have a good weekend if it's your weekend. If not, keep pushing. We believe in you, and I'll see you around.